Section 1. The show that Fox almost killed before it started. There is a version of history where The Simpsons never makes it to air. Not because the idea was bad, not because the animation was weak, not because audiences weren't ready for it. There is a version of history where The Simpsons gets strangled in its crib by the very network that was supposed to be nurturing it, and the reason it almost dies is the same reason it ends up thriving. Because from the very first week of production, the people making this show and the people broadcasting it could not stand each other. The Simpsons premiered on the 17th of December, 1989. But the story of how it almost never reached that date begins 3 years earlier, in a different show, on a different night, with a different network that had no idea it was about to accidentally create television history. The Tracy Ullman Show launched on the Fox Broadcasting Company in April of 1987. Fox was brand new at the time. It was not a real network yet, at least not in the way NBC or CBS or ABC were real networks. It was more of an experiment, a gamble, a small collection of independent stations trying to compete with the Big Three by doing something the Big Three wouldn't touch. It was scrappy and underfunded, and willing to take risks that the established networks considered beneath them. Which is why when James L. Brooks came to Fox with an idea for a sketch comedy show built around a British comedian named Tracy Ullman, Fox said yes. And when Tracy Ullman's show needed animated bumper segments, short cartoons to play between live-action sketches and commercial breaks, Fox said yes to that too. Matt Groening was a cartoonist at the time. He had a comic strip called Life in Hell, which was popular in alternative weekly newspapers and which had built him a dedicated underground following among the kind of readers who sought out alternative weekly newspapers. It was a black and white strip featuring a rabbit named Binky and his son Sheba, and a pair of characters called Akbar and Jeff, and it was sardonic and strange, and had a devoted enough audience that Groening was already something of a cult figure in the world of American underground comics. James L. Brooks had seen Life in Hell and wanted to talk. So Groening drove to the Fox lot in Los Angeles for a meeting he thought was going to be about adapting Life in Hell into animated shorts. He sat in the waiting room. He turned the idea over in his head, and then he started thinking about the rights. If he handed Life in Hell to Fox, Fox would own it. The characters he had spent years building, the strip that was his entire identity as an artist, would belong to a television network. And something about that prospect, something about the fluorescent lights and the Fox lot and the waiting, made him pause. By the time he walked into the meeting, he had abandoned the Life in Hell idea entirely. Instead, he pitched a new family. Characters he invented in that waiting room, in the hour before the meeting, based loosely on his own family growing up in Portland, Oregon. He named the father Homer after his own father. He named the mother Marge after his mother. He kept the names Bart and Lisa and Maggie for the kids. The last name Simpson, he later said, he chose because it sounded similar to the word simpleton, and because he wanted a name that felt quintessentially American, without feeling like it belonged to any specific region or class. Fox bought it on the spot. The animated shorts began airing on the Tracy Ullman Show in April of 1987. They were short, rough. The animation was limited and inconsistent in ways that would horrify anyone who watched them next to a modern episode. The characters looked slightly wrong compared to what they'd eventually become. Homer's face was a different shape. Bart was more aggressively ugly. Lisa was barely distinguishable from a generic cartoon child. Marge's tower of hair wobbled and sagged in ways it never does now. But audiences responded. People were watching The Tracy Ullman Show, which was already a quirky and interesting program, and they were staying through the commercial breaks to watch these little yellow family sketches. The sketches were funny. They had an edge that Saturday morning cartoons didn't have, a vague sense that something slightly dangerous was happening inside a cartoon format that everyone associated with safe, educational children's programming. Parents watched them with their kids. Adults watched them without kids. The Simpsons family was primitive and weird and deeply appealing in ways that nobody had quite anticipated. So Fox made a decision. They would spin the shorts off into their own show, a full half-hour animated sitcom. Sunday nights. They'd debut it on the 17th of December, 1989, as a Christmas special, and if that went well, they'd order a full season. And that is where the relationship between the show and its network begins its long, mutually suspicious, occasionally spectacular descent into dysfunction. Fox had conditions. Fox always had conditions. The network wanted approval over scripts. They wanted to be consulted on casting. They wanted veto power over content. They wanted the show to be produced on their schedule, at their pace, meeting their delivery deadlines with the kind of precision that a brand new animated series with an experimental look and a staff that had never produced a half-hour cartoon before was simply not equipped to deliver. The production was chaos from the beginning. The pilot episode, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, was delivered so late and in such rough shape that Fox executives genuinely considered pulling the Christmas special entirely. The animation itself was being done by a Korean studio, Klasky Kupo, and the communication pipeline between the writers in Los Angeles and the animators in Seoul was slow and unreliable in ways that 1989 technology made basically unavoidable. Scenes would come back wrong. Characters would be drawn off model. Color choices would be inconsistent. Lip sync was approximate at best. The first season of The Simpsons was a minor production catastrophe that somehow produced episodes good enough to become cultural landmarks, and it did so through a combination of raw talent, desperate improvisation, and a relationship with Fox that was already, in the very first months, defined by mutual distrust. The network wanted a more conventional animated family, something warmer, something more suitable for broad family viewing, something that would not frighten advertisers. The Simpsons, even in its earliest and most restrained form, was none of those things. Homer was abusive in ways that were played for laughs but were genuinely uncomfortable. Bart was disrespectful in ways that parents across America started to notice, loudly, in letters to newspapers and calls to school principals. The family was yellow. They had 4 fingers. They lived next to a nuclear power plant. None of this read as particularly warm or conventional or suitable for nervous advertisers. The show was a hit anyway. The Christmas special drew 13.5 million viewers. That was enormous for Fox, which at the time had never consistently competed with the big networks in primetime. The full first season launched in January of 1990, and the ratings climbed and climbed and kept climbing. By the end of the first season, The Simpsons was the highest-rated show Fox had ever produced. It was a cultural phenomenon. It was being discussed in newspapers and magazines and on talk shows and in elementary school classrooms where teachers were confiscating Bart Simpson t-shirts with slogans on them that the teachers found objectionable. Which brings us to the first real scandal. The Bart Simpson t-shirt problem sounds trivial now. It sounds like a charming footnote from a more innocent era of American culture. But in 1990, it was a genuine flashpoint, and the reason it became a flashpoint tells you something important about the climate the show was launching into. Bart Simpson was being marketed to children. The merchandise was everywhere. Shirts, backpacks, lunchboxes, posters, hats, and the slogans on those shirts were things like, "Underachiever and proud of it," and "Don't have a cow, man," and "I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?" Schools across the country banned the shirts. A principal in California sent a letter home saying the shirts promoted an attitude of contempt for education and authority. A school district in Wisconsin threatened suspension for students who wore them. George H.W. Bush, the President of the United States, gave a speech in which he said Americans needed to be more like the Waltons and less like the Simpsons, which prompted the show to write and air a response within days, in which Bart Simpson says from the couch, "We're just like the Waltons. We're praying for an end to the Depression, too." The back and forth between the President of the United States and an animated 10-year-old was covered by every major news outlet in the country. It was free advertising of a kind that no marketing budget could have purchased, and it cemented the show's identity as something genuinely subversive, something that made the people in charge uncomfortable in a way that had real cultural weight. But the more significant scandal of those early years, the one with actual legal and financial stakes, was the lawsuit that Tracy Ullman filed against Fox in 1992. Ullman's argument was straightforward. The Simpsons had been born on her show. The shorts had been developed as part of her production, under her banner, with her team's involvement. She had helped nurture the concept. She had contributed to its early identity. And now The Simpsons was a billion-dollar franchise generating revenue across every category of merchandise and licensing and syndication that a media property could possibly inhabit, and none of that money was going to her. She wanted compensation. She wanted recognition. She wanted a piece of the empire that her show had incubated. Fox said no. The legal argument was clean from Fox's perspective. The Simpsons had been created by Matt Groening. The shorts had aired on The Tracy Ullman Show as separate creative properties, not as integrated parts of Ullman's own creation. The rights had always been clear. Ullman had no ownership stake because Ullman had never been given an ownership stake, and the contracts reflected that. The case was settled out of court. The terms were never disclosed. Ullman has spoken about the situation in subsequent interviews with varying degrees of bitterness, and the official relationship between her and the Simpsons franchise has been quietly uncomfortable ever since. What the lawsuit revealed, though, wasn't just a dispute over money. It was an early indication of something that would become a defining characteristic of the Simpsons ecosystem for the next 3 decades. The show made enormous amounts of money. The people who had contributed to its creation in the early days were often not compensated in ways that reflected that enormity. And the legal and contractual structures that governed the show were written at a time when nobody, including the people writing them, had any realistic conception of what The Simpsons was about to become. The first season budget was $6.5 million total. The show eventually became the most profitable animated franchise in television history. Nobody in 1989 had a $6.5 million budget and the foresight to write contracts that assumed a billion-dollar future. That gap between expectation and reality would create problems for years. The other thing that defined those early years was the fight over content. Fox's Standards and Practices Department, the network's internal censorship body responsible for reviewing scripts and flagging material they considered unsuitable for broadcast, had a complicated and frequently adversarial relationship with The Simpsons' writing room, almost from the first episode. The notes were sometimes reasonable, they were sometimes absurd. They were sometimes delivered so late in the production process that following them would have required throwing out entire completed scenes and rebuilding them from scratch at enormous cost. Writers have described receiving network notes that contradicted each other, notes that demanded changes the network had explicitly approved in a previous episode, notes that seemed designed less to protect audience sensitivities and more to remind the show's creative team that the network had authority over them. Matt Groening and James L. Brooks pushed back. They pushed back constantly. They used their leverage, which in those early seasons was substantial, because the show was too big to threaten without serious consequences, to protect jokes and storylines and character moments that the network wanted softened or removed. And they won more fights than they lost. Which is a large part of the reason the first several seasons of The Simpsons are as sharp and as dark and as genuinely uncomfortable in certain moments as they are. The show fought for its edge, not just in the writing room, but in the actual war of negotiation and compromise and strategic resistance that defined its relationship with Fox for the entirety of its existence. That relationship, and the scandals it produced, is the story we're following tonight. A story that begins in a waiting room on the Fox lot in 1987 and winds through lawsuits and firings and banned episodes and feuds and protests and congressional hearings and 36 years of a show that somehow kept producing new episodes despite all of it. Get comfortable. We're going to be here a while. If you're watching this right now, drop a comment and let me know what time it is and where in the world you're watching from. It's always something to wake up and see people watching from completely different corners of the world. And if you're new here, subscribe. There's a lot more of this kind of thing where this came from. Section 2. The voice actor strike that nearly ended everything. In the spring of 1998, 6 people held the entire Fox Broadcasting Company hostage. They did it politely. They did it collectively. And they did it with the full awareness that they were about to start a negotiation that would either make them very wealthy or cost them the most lucrative jobs any voice actor had ever held. Because the 6 principal voice actors on The Simpsons, the people responsible for bringing Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and dozens of supporting characters to life, had reached the end of their original contracts and had decided, as a unified group, that what they were being paid was not remotely proportionate to what they were worth. To understand why this moment was as significant as it was, you need to understand the economics of voice acting in the late 1990s and just how unusual the Simpsons situation had become within those economics. Voice actors, even very good ones, even ones working on successful projects, were not typically wealthy people. The industry did not make them wealthy. There was a reason that major Hollywood stars had never historically done voice work in animated productions. Animation was considered a lesser medium. Voice work was considered support work. The residuals were small, the public recognition was minimal, and the pay was structured for a world in which animated shows ran for 2 or 3 seasons before disappearing, and where syndication was limited and merchandise revenue was essentially unconnected to performer compensation. The Simpsons had broken every one of those assumptions and built something that the industry had no framework for understanding. The show had been running for 9 years. It had made Fox a legitimate broadcast network. It had generated billions of dollars in merchandise. It was being syndicated in dozens of countries. It was a genuine global phenomenon, and the 6 people at the center of it, the people without whom no episode of The Simpsons could be produced, were being paid in the neighborhood of $30,000 per episode. $30,000 per episode sounds like a lot of money. For most working voice actors, it would be an extraordinary sum. But $30,000 per episode, multiplied across the 22 episodes of a standard season, divided by what a Fox executive made in the same year, divided by what the show was generating in total revenue, was a rounding error. It was less than 1% of what the show was worth, distributed among the 6 people who made the show possible. Dan Castellaneta was Homer Simpson. He was also Grandpa, Krusty the Clown, Mayor Quimby, Groundskeeper Willie, Sideshow Bob's sidekick Bob, and easily 24 recurring characters across the show's run. He had created specific, fully realized vocal performances for each of them, performances so embedded in the cultural consciousness that the voices themselves had become their own kind of intellectual property. Julie Kavner was Marge. She was also Patty and Selma, and a range of supporting women in Springfield, and her distinctive husky, warm, slightly nasal reading of Marge Simpson was one of the most recognizable voices in American popular culture. Nancy Cartwright was Bart, not a woman playing a boy the way voice acting sometimes works, but a woman who had completely inhabited a 10-year-old boy to the point where the performance existed somewhere beyond gender, existed simply as Bart. She was also Todd Flanders and Nelson Muntz and other children of Springfield. Yeardley Smith was Lisa. Just Lisa, really, at least as far as regular characters went, but Lisa so completely and so specifically that the idea of any other voice attached to that character had become essentially unthinkable. Hank Azaria was a one-man ensemble. Apu, Chief Wiggum, Professor Frink, Moe, Comic Book Guy, Dr. Nick, Snake. He was also Carl, and Kirk Van Houten, and Lou the Cop, and easily 30 or 40 additional voices across the show's run. He was one of the most technically accomplished voice performers in the business. Harry Shearer was the other one-man ensemble. Mr. Burns, Smithers, Ned Flanders, Principal Skinner, Kent Brockman, Dr. Hibbert, Lenny, Reverend Lovejoy, Bob Arnold. His list of recurring characters was similarly enormous, and each one was a fully distinct performance. These 6 people, in negotiating together, had something that individual performers very rarely have in dealings with a major network. They had genuine leverage, because replacing any one of them would have been a crisis, and replacing all 6 simultaneously would have been impossible. The Simpsons without Dan Castellaneta's Homer isn't The Simpsons. It's a different show, maybe a good show, but not The Simpsons. The voices are not interchangeable pieces of infrastructure. They are the show's central emotional reality. They are the reason 20 years of episodes feel continuous, feel inhabited, feel like they belong to the same family. The 6 actors knew this. Fox knew this. And the negotiation that began in the spring of 1998 was, in essence, a very expensive game of chicken played by 2 parties who both understood the stakes and were both hoping the other would blink first. The actors hired an entertainment lawyer named Arthur Groman, who had extensive experience in television negotiations and who understood both the legitimate grievances his clients had and the specific pressure points he could use to make Fox take those grievances seriously. The strategy was to negotiate collectively and to walk together if Fox didn't reach an acceptable number. The number they were asking for was, by the standards of television acting compensation, historic. They wanted $125,000 per episode each. That was more than 4 times what they were making. It would, if agreed to, represent a combined per-season cost to Fox of something in the neighborhood of $16 million just for the 6 principal voice performers, before any other production costs were considered. Fox said no. Fox said the number was unreasonable. Fox said it had never paid voice actors at that level, and doing so would set a precedent that the entire animated television industry would be unable to sustain. The actors said they weren't asking about the entire animated television industry. They were asking about The Simpsons specifically, which was not a normal animated television show, which was a global franchise generating revenue on a scale that had never existed in this medium before, and which would cease to function entirely if the six of them stopped showing up to the recording sessions. Fox countered. The actors countered back. The negotiation became public in a way that negotiations like this usually don't, because the stakes were too high and the participants too prominent for the press not to notice. Industry reporters wrote about the possible death of The Simpsons. Entertainment journalists ran pieces speculating about what Fox might do if the actors actually walked. The word replacement was used in print by people who worked for Fox, which was both a threat and, if you knew anything about how the show worked, a fairly empty one. You cannot replace the voice of Homer Simpson mid-series without the audience noticing. You cannot replace 6 voices mid-series without the audience noticing. The show's entire emotional architecture rests on the specific qualities that these specific performers bring to these specific characters. The way Dan Castellaneta delivers Homer's realization moments, the particular vocal crack that happens when Homer is genuinely sad as opposed to performatively sad, the warmth that Julie Kavner builds into Marge's worry, the way Nancy Cartwright can make Bart sound simultaneously defiant and vulnerable within the same breath. These are not fungible skills. They are specific, developed, irreplaceable performances. The replacement threat went nowhere. Fox agreed eventually to $125,000 per episode each. The deal was announced in the summer of 1998. It was the largest compensation package in the history of voice acting, and it made news across the entertainment industry because of what it implied about the future. If the 6 Simpsons principals could negotiate to this level, what did that mean for voice actors on other successful animated shows? What did it mean for animated television economics generally? What did it mean for the shows that Fox and other networks would try to develop in the future, knowing that if those shows became massive hits, they'd be looking at the same negotiating dynamic? The answers to those questions played out slowly over the following decade, but the immediate result of the 1998 negotiation was that The Simpsons continued, that the 6 actors who made it possible were finally being compensated at a level that reflected their contribution, and that the show and the network had survived their first genuine existential confrontation without anyone actually leaving. But the negotiations didn't stop in 1998. They couldn't. Every few years, as contracts expired, the same dynamic reasserted itself. The actors' compensation grew. By 2004, they were making around $360,000 per episode each. By 2008, after another round of negotiations that again flirted publicly with the possibility of the show ending, they were making approximately $8 million per year each for the duration of a new contract. $8 million a year for a voice actor. For any individual actor. That number had never existed in the history of the industry. It barely seemed real when it was announced. And Fox paid it. Fox kept paying it. Because every time the math was done, what those 6 performers brought to the table was worth more than what they were being paid, and the alternative to paying them was losing The Simpsons entirely, which was an outcome Fox's balance sheet simply could not absorb. The 2011 negotiation was the one that most seriously appeared to threaten the show's existence. The Simpsons had been running for 22 seasons. Ratings had declined from their peak, though the show still drew audiences that most primetime programs would consider healthy. Fox was looking at the cost structure of the show and trying to figure out how to continue it into what the network hoped would be a decade or more of additional production. The proposal Fox brought to the table was a pay cut, a significant one. Fox wanted to reduce the per-episode compensation from approximately $8 million annually to something closer to $4 or $5 million. The network argued that the show's declining ratings made the previous compensation level unsustainable going forward, and that some shared sacrifice was necessary if the show was going to survive. The actors' response was essentially that Fox was describing a problem the network had created and trying to make the performers pay for it. The show's declining ratings, to the extent they were declining, were the result of production decisions and scheduling decisions and creative decisions that had nothing to do with the performances. The voices had not gotten worse. The performances had not deteriorated. The product those 6 people delivered every recording session was as strong as it had ever been. If Fox had made choices that affected the show's ratings, that was Fox's problem to solve with Fox's money. The negotiation became, again, very public. Matt Groening gave interviews suggesting the show might end. The actors gave interviews suggesting they were willing to take pay cuts if Fox was also willing to share the show's profits with them. A revenue-sharing arrangement that would tie their compensation to the show's actual financial performance rather than a flat per-episode fee. Fox considered this for approximately as long as it takes a major media corporation to calculate that sharing revenue with performers is something major media corporations do not do if they can possibly avoid it, and then said no. A deal was eventually reached. The actors accepted reduced per-episode rates. Fox agreed to some additional compensation structures that were not publicly detailed. The show continued into its 23rd season, its 24th, its 30th, its 36th. The voice actors are still there. The same 6 people, some of them for reasons we'll discuss in detail later. Their voices have changed somewhat with age, in the subtle ways that all voices change. But the performances are still recognizably themselves. Still Homer, still Marge, still Bart, still Lisa. Still an entire town of characters inhabited by a handful of people who understood, earlier than Fox did, what it was they had built and what it was worth. The thing about the voice actor negotiations that people often miss is what they reveal about the show's fundamental power structure. Fox owned The Simpsons. Fox collected the revenue. Fox made the decisions about scheduling and promotion and merchandising and everything else that governed the business of the show. But Fox could not make The Simpsons without 6 specific people showing up to a recording studio and doing something that no one else could do in quite the same way. That dependency, that structural vulnerability at the heart of an enormously profitable franchise, is what gave the actors their leverage. And the fact that they used that leverage collectively, that they understood early on that their power was greatest when they were unified and minimal when they were fragmented, is the reason those negotiations produced the outcomes they did. They organized. They bargained together. They stood in each other's corner when Fox tried to negotiate with individual members and divide the coalition. In an industry that systematically discourages collective action among performers, The Simpsons voice cast executed one of the most successful performer negotiations in television history by doing the thing that industry norms tell performers not to do. The show nearly ended multiple times because of it. It survived because the math always came out the same way. The show was too valuable to cancel over actor compensation. The actors were too central to be replaced. Fox would keep paying because the alternative was worse. And 36 seasons later, the recording sessions are still happening somewhere in Los Angeles, in a studio that probably looks a lot like the one where Dan Castellaneta first walked into a booth in 1987 and tried to find the voice of a cartoon father named Homer, not knowing he was building something that would last longer than most institutions. Section 3. The death they wrote in as punishment. In the autumn of 1999, the producers of The Simpsons killed Maude Flanders. They killed her with a t-shirt cannon at a NASCAR race. Homer ducked. The shirts hit Maude instead. She was knocked backward over the bleachers and fell to her death. It was played partly for laughs and partly for genuine pathos, and the episode that followed, in which Ned Flanders navigates widowhood, is considered one of the more emotionally resonant of the later seasons. But the reason Maude Flanders was killed had nothing to do with storytelling. It had nothing to do with creative ambition or character development or a desire to explore what grief looks like in Springfield. The reason Maude Flanders was killed is that the actress who voiced her, Maggie Roswell, had left the show after a dispute with the producers over travel expenses. Maggie Roswell had been the voice of Maude Flanders since the show's first season. She had also voiced Helen Lovejoy and other recurring female characters in Springfield over the years, building a body of work that was woven throughout the show's supporting landscape in ways that would have made recasting awkward and conspicuous. Roswell lived in Denver, Colorado. She had moved there with her husband, and as the show required increasing amounts of her time in Los Angeles for recording sessions, the question of who would pay her travel expenses had become a point of contention with the production company. The specific amount being disputed was, by Hollywood standards, not large. Roswell was being paid something in the neighborhood of a few $1,000s per episode for her voice work, and the round-trip flights between Denver and Los Angeles cost several $100s. She asked that those travel costs be covered. The production declined. From a purely financial standpoint, the production was technically within its rights. The contracts didn't require it to cover travel expenses, and the expenses weren't enormous relative to the show's overall budget. But the message it sent, the signal of how the production valued her contribution, was clear enough that Roswell decided she was done. She left the show in 1999. The parting was not warm, and Maud Flanders died. The timing made the statement unmistakable. The character was killed in the first episode of the new season. There was no graceful transition, no quiet retirement, no soft ending that would have allowed Roswell to return someday if circumstances changed. Maud was dead. Canonically, explicitly, permanently dead. Whatever leverage Roswell might have had to renegotiate and return had been eliminated in a scene involving a t-shirt cannon. The reaction within the industry was noted. Quietly, the way industry reactions to something uncomfortable tend to be noted, in conversations and in the occasional trade piece that was careful about what it said directly and what it left to inference. The message the killing sent was not subtle. Cross the Simpsons production, and they will remove your character from the show in a way that ensures you can never come back. Maggie Roswell did eventually return to the show. She came back in 2002. After her divorce made the Denver residency less relevant, and after a period of time had passed during which the anger on both sides had apparently softened enough to allow for a reconciliation, she rejoined the voice cast and resumed voicing Helen Lovejoy and various other supporting roles. But Maud Flanders stayed dead. That particular bridge had been burned at a very specific network-approved altitude, and it was never going to be rebuilt. Ned Flanders spent the following years as a widower, eventually remarrying in a later season, and Maud herself was referenced from time to time in the way that deceased characters are referenced, as an absence, as a memory, as something lost. The Maud Flanders situation sits uncomfortably alongside the show's public image as a workplace. The Simpsons has always presented itself, through interviews and behind-the-scenes coverage and the general warmth of its public face, as a family, the writing room as a creative paradise, the recording sessions as joyful, collaborative experiences, the whole enterprise as a thing built on genuine affection between people who loved what they were making. And there is probably real truth in that image. The show has retained an enormous number of its original personnel across 36 years, which suggests a working environment that people find worth staying in. Long-term loyalty at that scale doesn't happen without real bonds. But the Maud Flanders incident suggests that the family image has always coexisted with a harder calculus. When a dispute becomes costly enough, when a performer's negotiating position threatens the production's control over its own characters, the production has tools at its disposal that individual performers simply don't. One of those tools is the permanent removal of a character from the story. Another is the casting of a replacement voice without public acknowledgement that a replacement has been made. Another is the kind of long institutional memory that ensures people who leave on bad terms don't find the door easy to reopen. The show has used all of these tools at various points in its history. Pamela Hayden, who voiced Milhouse Van Houten and other characters, worked through contracts that many observers in the industry considered undervalued relative to her contribution. Russia Taylor voiced Martin Prince from 1990 until her death in 2019. And her compensation throughout that period was a fraction of what the principal six received. Despite Martin being a regular presence across hundreds of episodes, the economics of supporting voice work on The Simpsons have never been particularly generous for anyone outside the core six, and the institutional power to enforce those economics has rested entirely with the production. Individual supporting voice actors negotiate from a position of limited leverage, because, unlike the core six, they can be replaced. Their characters are not the show. Their voices, however good, are not the central draw. When the production decides that replacement is preferable to accommodation, the replacement happens and the audience is expected not to notice or not to care. Sometimes they notice. The recast of Lionel Hutz and Troy McClure after Phil Hartman's death in 1998 was handled by retiring the characters rather than recasting, which was a genuinely compassionate decision and one that acknowledged the irreplaceability of Hartman's specific performances. But that decision also cost the show two beloved recurring characters, characters who had appeared across dozens of episodes and who were woven into Springfield's social fabric. The loss was real and lasting, and it was handled about as well as it could have been handled under the circumstances. Phil Hartman's death and the loss of those characters is a story we'll return to later, because it sits at the intersection of the show's internal culture and one of the most genuinely tragic moments in its history. But for now, what the Maud Flanders situation gives us is a clear picture of how power operates inside the Simpsons production. The show is not a democracy. It is not a cooperative. It is a business operation run by producers with final authority over the creative and financial decisions that govern it. And when that authority is challenged in ways the producers find unacceptable, the response is swift and tends to be permanent. The t-shirt cannon is still out there in Springfield, ready to be aimed at anyone who asks to be reimbursed for their airfare. Section 4. The Michael Jackson episode and the mystery that lasted 27 years. In September of 1991, The Simpsons aired an episode that Michael Jackson had secretly contributed to, under a fake name, without telling anyone publicly, for reasons that seemed eccentric at the time, and which, by 2019, had become something considerably darker. The episode was called Stark Raving Dad. It was the Season 3 premiere. It was a huge episode by any measure, drawing enormous ratings and receiving critical attention that elevated the already successful show into a different tier of cultural prominence. And at the center of it was a guest performance by a man credited as John J. Smith, who was, by voice at least, unmistakably Michael Jackson. Or was he? The story of this episode is a story in layers. Each layer was publicly understood at a different point in the show's history. And the final layer, the one that the show's producers eventually acknowledged explicitly, didn't become part of the public record until the documentary Leaving Neverland aired in 2019, and the show made the decision to pull the episode from rotation entirely. Let's start at the beginning. Michael Jackson, at the peak of his fame in 1991, was the most famous person on Earth. That is not an exaggeration. It is barely an adequate description. The Bad album had come out in 1987. Thriller was still a living cultural artifact, still selling, still dominating, still being discussed as though it had been released the previous week. Jackson's face was on every magazine. His music was the soundtrack of a generation. His tours sold out stadiums on a scale that no other performer had approached. He was, by almost any metric you could apply to the concept of global celebrity, its maximum possible expression. For this person to appear on a television cartoon, even a successful one, was an unusual enough choice that the production made the decision to obscure his involvement entirely. He was credited as John J. Smith. The character he voiced was a large white man named Leon Kompowski who believed himself to be Michael Jackson. The in-episode joke, which was knowing and layered, was that Homer becomes friends with this man in a mental institution, believes he's the real Michael Jackson, and the show plays with the audience's expectation throughout the episode before the final scene confirms that the man is not actually Jackson, but a bricklayer from New Jersey whose only real resemblance to the singer was his specific enthusiasm for the Jackson persona. The twist was funny. It also gave the production perfect deniability. The character was not Michael Jackson. He was a man who thought he was Michael Jackson. The voice sounding exactly like Michael Jackson was a coincidence, or a joke, or a creative choice by the production, or whatever you wanted it to be. Jackson's lawyers were apparently satisfied with this arrangement. Fox's lawyers were apparently satisfied. The episode aired and was a cultural event. And then for years, the question of whether the voice was actually Michael Jackson was one of television's more enjoyable open secrets. Everyone who paid attention knew. Industry insiders knew. Many devoted viewers assumed. But the official position was that the voice belonged to a performer named John J. Smith, and that any resemblance to any other individual was purely coincidental. Matt Groening finally confirmed publicly in 2009 that the voice was Jackson. He had been careful about it for nearly 2 decades. The confirmation was, at that point, a pleasant piece of television history, a charming story about a pop icon's unexpected side project, a reminder that celebrities can surprise you. The episode was beloved. It contained one of the more touching moments in the show's early run. Near the end, Leon Kompowski, or the man claiming to be Michael Jackson, helps Bart write a birthday song for Lisa, who has been feeling forgotten in the chaos of Homer's various distractions. The song Happy Birthday Lisa is simple and sweet and performed in Jackson's voice, and the moment has genuine emotional weight, regardless of everything that came after. In 2019, Leaving Neverland aired on HBO. The documentary featured detailed accounts from two men, Wade Robson and James Safechuck, who alleged that Jackson had sexually abused them as children during years of extended contact. The documentary was long, specific, and deeply disturbing, and it reignited public discussion about the allegations that had followed Jackson throughout his life, particularly the 1,993 civil lawsuit and the 2005 criminal trial, from which he had been acquitted. The producers of The Simpsons, specifically James L. Brooks and Al Jean, announced shortly after the documentary aired that the show would be pulling Stark Raving Dad from rotation. The episode would no longer be broadcast on television. It would be removed from streaming platforms. It would not be included in DVD or Blu-ray collections going forward. The show was essentially removing a beloved piece of its own history from the accessible record. Al Jean's statement was direct. He said that given the nature of the allegations in the documentary, he and the other producers did not feel comfortable continuing to profit from Michael Jackson's contribution to the episode. They could not in good conscience keep airing it. The decision divided the show's fan community sharply. On one side were people who felt the removal was the right and appropriate response to the documentary's revelations, that continuing to air the episode was a form of normalization, that associating a beloved children's and family show with a man credibly accused of child abuse was something the show had the right, perhaps the obligation, to address by removing the content. On the other side were people who argued that Jackson had been acquitted of criminal charges, that the allegations in the documentary were disputed by Jackson's estate and by other people who knew him, that removing a creative work from history was a form of censorship regardless of the motivation, and that the episode itself contained nothing objectionable, that it was in fact quite sweet and humanizing. The debate about whether to pull art associated with people accused of serious misconduct is one that culture has been navigating for years and will continue to navigate for years more. There are no clean answers. Every case involves different facts, different levels of evidence, different relationships between the person's work and their alleged behavior. What makes the Stark Raving Dad situation particularly interesting is the layer that nobody fully knew when the episode was airing. The voice credit, the fake name, the deliberate obscuring of Jackson's involvement through a narrative device that gave everyone involved the ability to deny it entirely. Jackson did not want his name on this episode. He was happy to contribute to it, happy to voice the character, apparently happy enough with the result that he personally called the show's producers to tell them how much he had enjoyed the process. But he did not want anyone to know it was him. The pseudonym was his request. At the time, that seemed like a charming eccentricity. The king of pop playing an elaborate creative game with a cartoon show because he found the concealment amusing. In retrospect, given the nature of the allegations about his relationship with children during this same period, the reasons for wanting an anonymous contribution to a show watched extensively by children become less charming and more uncomfortable. Nobody is suggesting that the episode itself was problematic. Nobody is suggesting that the musical number was anything other than what it appears to be, a sweet gesture toward a cartoon 8-year-old from a man who loved music. The episode is not evidence of anything except that Michael Jackson was an enormous fan of The Simpsons and wanted to be a part of it. But the decision to pull it reflects something real about how we handle the intersection of art and biography when the biography becomes sufficiently disturbing. The episode is now effectively inaccessible through official channels. It exists in archives, in bootleg recordings, in the memories of everyone who watched it in 1991, or in the 30 years it aired in reruns before it was removed. It is the only episode of The Simpsons that has been deliberately and permanently removed from the official canon during the show's run. That distinction tells you everything about how seriously the production took the decision and how seriously the underlying situation warranted being taken. The full story of the episode, from the secretly recorded performance, to the pseudonym, to the decades of open secret discussion, to the eventual removal, spans the entire arc of Michael Jackson's public life and the slow evolution of public understanding of who he was and what he had allegedly done. It is a story that began as a delightful piece of inside television history and ended as something considerably more complicated. The birthday song is still out there somewhere. Still sweet. Still recognizably his voice. Still, if you can separate it from everything else you know, a genuinely touching piece of animation from one of the show's best early seasons, the separation is harder than it used to be. Section 5. The APU Controversy and the Fracture That Changed Television. In November of 2017, a documentary called The Problem with Apu arrived on True TV and set off a conversation about representation, stereotypes, and the responsibilities of long-running television shows that has not fully concluded even now. The documentary was made by Hari Kondabolu, a stand-up comedian of Indian descent who had grown up watching The Simpsons in New York and who had spent years thinking about what the character of Apu Nahasapi Mapatilan meant to him and to the Indian American community more broadly. The documentary was smart and funny and deeply personal, and it landed with the force of something that had been building for a long time. To understand what the documentary was arguing, you need to understand what Apu was and how he functioned within the show. Apu was introduced in the show's second season and quickly became one of Springfield's most prominent recurring characters. He ran the Quickie Mart, the convenience store that the Simpson family visited constantly, and his presence in the show was frequent enough and his character well enough developed that he became a genuine fan favorite. He had an arranged marriage that became a love story. He had 8 children. He had a complicated relationship with his heritage and his adopted country and his professional ambitions. He sang. He was intelligent and resourceful and often morally serious in a town full of people who weren't particularly morally serious. He was also a caricature. The accent was exaggerated. It was performed by Hank Azaria, a white actor of Greek-Jewish descent, doing an impression of an Indian accent that drew from the specific tradition of Indian characters in American films and television, a tradition that had its own deep roots in exaggeration and othering. The name was a compound of syllables that sounded vaguely South Asian without being specifically anything. The catchphrase, "Thank you, come again," delivered in that accent, had become one of the show's most quoted lines, which meant it had also become something that people said to Indian people in convenience stores, in high school hallways, in any situation where someone wanted to perform a reference to the Indian store clerk. Kondabolu's documentary was not a simple argument that Apu was a racist character who should never have existed. It was more careful and more nuanced than that. He interviewed Indian American actors, comedians, writers, and ordinary people about what Apu had meant in their lives. He talked about the way the character had been used against Indian children in schools, the way the accent had been deployed as mockery, the way being associated with a cartoon convenience store worker had shaped how Indian American people were perceived and perceived themselves in relation to mainstream American culture. And he talked about the way that the character, whatever its merits as a piece of writing, was the product of a writing room that had been almost entirely white throughout the show's history and was voiced by a white actor doing an impression, and had never been subjected to the kind of creative scrutiny that might have shaped it into something more fully human. The documentary asked a question that felt simple but wasn't. What do you do about a beloved character who is also, in important ways, a stereotype that has caused real harm? The show's initial response was widely criticized and became its own kind of scandal. In April of 2018, the episode No Good Read Goes Unpunished aired. In it, Marge is reading Lisa an old storybook that she loved as a child, and she discovers that the book is full of outdated and offensive depictions that she finds impossible to read aloud without modifying. She edits them out one by one and at the end has essentially nothing left. Lisa turns to the camera. She says that some things will be addressed at a later date, if at all, and she shrugs. It was a breaking of the fourth wall that the show occasionally deployed, but in this context it felt less like meta-humor and more like a shrug at the documentary's concerns. The message seemed to be, we know about this, we don't know what to do about it, and we're going to acknowledge your complaint and move on. The Indian American community, and a significant portion of the broader internet, reacted with considerable frustration. Hari Kondabolu responded on Twitter with controlled disappointment. He had spent years carefully articulating a specific argument about representation and harm and the responsibility of creative institutions to examine their own history honestly. The show's response was a joke about how hard it is to know what to do about these things. the conversation intensified. Hank Azaria gave interviews in which he said he was genuinely listening and genuinely reconsidering. He sounded sincere. He sounded like a person who had not previously thought hard about what he was doing when he performed the accent, and was now doing that thinking in public in real time. The resolution came in stages. In 2020, Azaria announced that he would no longer voice Apu. He said that he had come to understand that the character as he had performed it had contributed to harm, that he didn't feel it was his place to continue performing that accent given everything he had learned about its impact. He said he wanted to be on the right side of this. The statement was significant and was received as a meaningful gesture by many of the people who had been advocating for change. It was also received with some skepticism by others who noted that the statement didn't immediately change what the show was going to do with Apu as a character, and that a commitment from one actor not to voice a character didn't resolve the underlying question of what that character's presence in the show meant. The answer the show eventually arrived at was essentially to sideline Apu, not to kill him, as had been done to Maud Flanders, not to write him out explicitly, but to reduce his screen time, to move him to the background of episodes where he had previously been foreground, to make him less central to the show's storytelling in ways that were noticeable if you were looking and barely detectable if you weren't. Apu still appears in Springfield. He is still technically a character on the show. He still runs the Quick E-Mart. But his role has been diminished substantially from what it was at the height of his prominence, and the question of who voices him when he does speak has been handled quietly, in ways the show has not fully publicized. The Apu controversy matters beyond its immediate context for several reasons. It was one of the first times a major long-running show was asked publicly and seriously to account for a character that had been part of its fabric for decades. The usual defense, that the show was made in a different era, that standards change, that intent matters, didn't satisfy the documentary's central argument, which was about impact rather than intent. Kondabolu was not arguing that the writers of The Simpsons had set out to hurt Indian American children. He was arguing that the hurt had happened regardless of intent, and that continuing to air and merchandise and celebrate the character without examination was a choice to continue that harm. The show's struggle to respond elegantly to this argument reflected something real about the difficulty of addressing legacy content within an ongoing production. Every decision has costs. Retiring Apu entirely would have been a significant creative choice that might have felt like an acknowledgement of fault in ways the production wasn't comfortable with. Keeping him and changing his voice would have raised obvious questions about whether the new voice was any more appropriate than the old one. Leaving him exactly as he was would have been a statement in itself. The show threaded the needle by diminishing the character without eliminating him, and by making the most visible change, the retirement of Azaria's voice performance, while keeping the character technically present but increasingly invisible. Whether that constitutes a satisfying resolution depends enormously on what you believe the problem was in the first place. Hank Azaria, for his part, went further than the show required him to. He spoke with Indian American community members and activist groups. He apologized specifically, not as a general statement of regret but in conversations with people who had been affected by the character. He talked publicly about the education he had received and what he had come to understand. His conduct in the aftermath was noted as an example of how a person can handle being told that something they did, without malicious intent, had caused harm. He didn't defend himself by arguing about intent. He didn't minimize the harm by pointing to the character's positive qualities. He listened, acknowledged, apologized, and stepped aside. The broader conversation the documentary sparked about representation in long-running shows, about the responsibilities of white actors voicing characters of other ethnicities, about how creative institutions reckon with their own problematic legacies, is one that television is still having. The Simpsons did not solve it, but the Apu situation became a reference point in it, a specific and well-documented case study in what these questions look like when they're being worked through in public under considerable pressure. There is something additionally uncomfortable in the Apu story that the immediate controversy sometimes overshadowed. The show had been on the air for 30 years before the documentary made this a public issue. That means that for 30 years, Indian American writers, actors, comedians, and viewers had been carrying their discomfort about this character in relative silence, either because they had no platform to raise it, or because raising it didn't seem worth the social cost, or because the show's cultural dominance made it feel immovable. Kondabolu's documentary changed that by creating a platform and articulating the argument with enough clarity and care that it could not be easily dismissed. But the 30 years before the documentary are part of the story too. They represent the kind of slow accumulation of harm that happens when cultural institutions are dominant enough that the people most affected by their choices don't feel empowered to say so. The problem with Apu was not a new problem in 2017. It was a problem that had existed since 1990. What was new in 2017 was the audience for the conversation. Section 6. The banned episodes. What Fox locked away and why. The Simpsons has been on the air for 36 seasons. In that time, it has produced nearly 800 episodes. Of those, a small number have been pulled from broadcast rotation, restricted in specific markets, or modified from their original form for reasons ranging from violent imagery to political sensitivity to genuine tragedy occurring after an episode's production was complete. Each of these situations is different. Each tells a specific story about where the show intersected with the real world in ways that couldn't be ignored, and each reveals something about how the show's relationship with its own content evolved over time. The most straightforwardly documented case is New Kid on the Block, which aired without incident in 1992 and has never been formally banned, but which contains a sequence that has been edited in syndication since the mid-1990s. The edited portion involves a scene in Moe's Tavern that includes a phone gag considered too dark for some broadcast contexts. The editing is minor, and most viewers have never noticed the difference between the original and syndicated cuts, but it represents the kind of quiet institutional content management that happens constantly with long-running shows, and that becomes visible only when someone compares different versions side by side. The more significant cases involve content that touched real events. The September 11th episode situation is perhaps the most discussed of these. The episode in question is not actually about September 11th. It is an episode called The City of New York versus Homer Simpson, which aired in 1997 and features Homer having to travel to Manhattan to retrieve his car, which was towed to the World Trade Center. The episode is a loving tribute to New York that was well received at the time. After the 11th of September 2001, several stations and syndication partners chose not to air the episode because of its prominent and affectionate depictions of the Twin Towers. The towers appear throughout the episode as background elements and as specific plot locations. Airing an episode that centered the World Trade Center in the weeks and months after the attacks felt, to the stations making these decisions, inappropriate and potentially painful for audiences who had just watched the towers fall. Fox did not issue a formal ban. Different affiliate stations made different choices. Some continued to air the episode relatively quickly after September 11th. Others kept it out of rotation for years. Some local stations delayed its return to syndication until enough time had passed that the depictions no longer felt actively raw. The episode eventually returned to regular rotation and is now available on streaming platforms. But the period during which it was informally withheld from broadcast is a clear example of how real-world events can transform the meaning of previously innocuous content in ways that require active management. A similar dynamic played out with the Season 9 episode The Principal and the Pauper, which we discussed at length in the context of Springfield's collective denial about uncomfortable truths. That episode wasn't banned anywhere, but it was produced and aired in a way that generated such lasting critical backlash that it functioned as a kind of internal watershed, a moment after which the show's writers were aware that certain kinds of radical continuity disruption would not be forgiven by the audience regardless of how cleverly they were handled. The episode that came closest to a genuine ban for content reasons during the show's early run was a segment from Treehouse of Horror 2, the second Halloween anthology episode, which aired in 1991. The segment in question involves a sequence that some broadcast affiliates chose not to air in the early 1990s because of imagery they considered potentially disturbing for younger viewers. The decision was made at the affiliate level rather than by Fox centrally, and the episode continued to air in full in most markets. But the existence of affiliate-level decisions about specific content reflects the ongoing tension between the show's creative ambitions and the various gatekeepers between its production and its audience. The episode that generated the most attention in terms of potential international banning was Homer vs. Patty and Selma. Not for anything in the episode's main plot, which involves Homer taking financial advice from Marge's sisters, but for a subplot involving a brief appearance of a character smoking. The specific broadcast restrictions around smoking depictions in children's and family programming vary considerably by country, and the episode encountered restrictions in certain markets where those rules were more stringent than American broadcast standards required. The more dramatic international content situations have tended to involve political sensitivity rather than content rating concerns. In China, episodes featuring depictions of Chinese authority figures in unflattering contexts have been subject to broadcast restrictions that reflect the broader pattern of Western media encountering difficulties in the Chinese market when that media includes material the government considers inappropriate. The Simpsons' satirical treatment of authority figures is so comprehensive and so consistent that it would be impossible to export to markets where satirizing authority figures is itself politically sensitive without some modification. The episode that was pulled most decisively and permanently from official distribution is, as we discussed, Stark Raving Dad, and the reasons for that removal are what make it a fundamentally different kind of decision than the affiliate-level content management or the post-September 11th sensitivities around the New York episode. That was an active, producer-level decision to remove specific content from the show's accessible history, and it was made based on a moral judgment about the appropriateness of profiting from the work of someone credibly accused of serious crimes. There is another category of restricted Simpsons content that doesn't involve episodes being pulled from rotation, but rather episodes being modified to remove or alter specific elements. This practice is more common than most viewers realize, and touches almost every long-running show that has been in syndication long enough to encounter the evolving standards of different broadcast eras. Music clearance issues, for instance, have caused modifications to specific episodes. The Simpsons uses a lot of music, and licensing agreements for that music don't always extend across all distribution contexts in perpetuity. When a streaming platform or a syndication package is assembled, music that wasn't properly cleared for those specific uses has to be replaced or the scene has to be modified, and the result is sometimes that episodes available on streaming have subtly different soundtracks than the original broadcast versions. This is true of many shows, but it's particularly noticeable with The Simpsons because the show's use of music is often so specific and so integral to particular scenes that the replacements stand out. A scene that originally used a specific famous song and now uses a generic substitute loses something real, and fans who know the original episode notice immediately. The question of what constitutes an acceptable modification versus what constitutes a meaningful alteration of the work is one that the entertainment industry handles inconsistently and largely without public discussion. Streaming platforms routinely deliver modified versions of classic television episodes without announcing the modifications to subscribers who believe they're watching the original. The Simpsons, given its length and its cultural significance, has more material potentially affected by these processes than almost any other show in television history. The full scope of what has been modified, when, and why is not publicly documented in any comprehensive way. What we can say is that the show's relationship with its own archive is complicated. Some of what was made is no longer fully accessible. Some of what is accessible has been quietly altered. Some of what has been altered back when circumstances changed. The canonical record of The Simpsons is messier and more contested than the show's official history suggests, which, if you've been paying attention to everything we've discussed so far, is extremely on brand for Springfield. Section 7, The Lawsuits When Real People Came for Springfield. A show that satirizes everything eventually satirizes someone who decides to sue. The Simpsons, across 36 years of pointed commentary on American culture, has been on the receiving end of a remarkable number of legal threats and actual lawsuits from people who felt they had been depicted unfairly, defamed, or commercially exploited without consent. The outcomes of these cases tell a consistent story about the legal protections that satire enjoys in the United States and about the specific limits of those protections when the satire is insufficiently obvious or when it enters commercial territory. The most famous of the lawsuit situations involved the town of Springfield, Vermont, the real one, the actual city. In the mid-1990s, As The Simpsons Springfield was becoming one of the most famous fictional locations in American culture, the real Springfield, Vermont became increasingly invested in claiming the show's fictional town as their own. The city had some legitimate basis for the claim, or at least a romantic one. Matt Groening grew up near Springfield, Oregon, which he cited as the inspiration for the name. But Springfield, Vermont, made a compelling case that the geography and landscape of their town matched elements of the animated Springfield, and they mounted a sustained campaign to be officially recognized as the show's real-world inspiration. This wasn't a lawsuit exactly. It was more of a sustained publicity campaign that shaded into intellectual property territory. The city produced promotional materials connecting itself to the show, used the show's imagery in tourism contexts, and sought official affiliation with the franchise. Fox and the show's producers responded by occasionally sending the Vermont claim mixed signals, sometimes engaging warmly with it and sometimes firmly distinguishing the fictional town from any real place. The situation finally resolved in 2012 when, as part of the promotion for The Simpsons movie's re-release and other anniversary activities, a competition was held to determine which real Springfield would host an official event. Springfield, Vermont won. The prize was a screening of the movie and some associated promotional attention. The legal territory around city names and fictional franchises is genuinely complicated. A city can't easily trademark its name against fictional use. Groening's acknowledgement that his childhood proximity to Springfield, Oregon, influenced the name creates a connection that Oregon could theoretically claim more legitimately than Vermont, except that Oregon's claim rests on geography while Vermont's rests on its more aggressive pursuit of the association. Nobody really won this particular argument, and nobody really lost it. Springfield, Vermont got a movie screening. Springfield, Oregon got an acknowledgement in a Smithsonian interview. The fictional Springfield remains wherever it has always been, which is everywhere and nowhere. More legally substantial were the situations involving real individuals depicted in the show. The Michael Eisner situation is one of the more interesting. Eisner was the chairman of Disney during a period when Disney was a significant competitor and sometime partner of Fox, and The Simpsons made jokes about Disney and corporate entertainment culture frequently enough that the show was working with legally sensitive material on a regular basis. The show was generally careful enough to keep its Disney jokes within the zone of clear satire, the zone where a reasonable person would understand that the target was a cultural institution and its public persona, rather than specific damaging claims about specific individuals. The legal doctrine of defamation protects a great deal of satirical content in American law. To win a defamation case, a public figure must show that false statements of fact were made about them with actual malice, meaning the speaker knew the statements were false or acted with reckless disregard for their truth. Satire that is clearly satirical, exaggeration that no reasonable person would take as a literal factual claim, does not meet this standard. The Simpsons lawyers were generally good at keeping the show within this protection. The case that tested those limits most directly involved a Brazilian tourism organization and the episode Blame It on Lisa, which aired in 2002 and depicted Rio de Janeiro as a dangerous city full of kidnappings, street crime, rampant poverty, and feral monkeys. The Brazilian Tourism Board was not amused. They issued a public statement denouncing the episode as offensive and damaging to Brazilian tourism and threatened legal action, though no actual lawsuit followed the threat. The show's response was, in hindsight, not particularly gracious. The producers defended the episode as satire, which it was, but failed to engage with the legitimate concern that satire, drawing on specific negative stereotypes about a real place, can cause genuine harm to that place's image regardless of its satirical intent. Brazil in 2002 was working hard to improve perceptions of its major cities for tourism purposes, and an episode that depicted Rio as basically a cartoon version of every dangerous South American city stereotype simultaneously was not helpful to those efforts. The episode's defense as satire is legally sound. The concern about its impact is also legitimate. These two things coexist without contradiction. And the Brazilian situation is a good example of the gap between what the show was legally permitted to do and what its producers sometimes chose to do with that permission. The most legally significant area of the show's history, in terms of actual litigation and settlement, involves intellectual property disputes rather than defamation. The show has been sued multiple times by people who claimed their original work was adapted for Simpsons episodes without compensation or credit. The most discussed of these involves the 1990 episode Homer vs. Lisa and the Eighth Commandment, which features Homer getting an illegal cable hookup. A writer named Carolyn Omine claimed that a short story she had written years earlier shared significant plot and thematic similarities with the episode, and that the show had access to her work through a submission process. The case was settled under terms not publicly disclosed. Similar claims have been made about other episodes across the show's history. The pattern, in most of these cases, is that someone identifies structural or thematic similarities between their work and an episode, claims that the similarity cannot be coincidental given the show's access to their work, and sues for compensation. The show and Fox typically settle these cases or defeat them on the merits, arguing either that the similarities are not specific enough to demonstrate copying, or that the independent creation of similar ideas is possible and common in comedy writing. The large number of writers who have worked on the show over 36 seasons, combined with the enormous volume of material produced, creates a statistical environment in which coincidental similarity is genuinely plausible in many cases. The show has produced so much content that any moderately well-developed premise has probably been expressed in some form across its 788 episodes. The case that attracted the most public attention in terms of a real person going after the show was the Rupert Murdoch situation. Murdoch owns Fox. Murdoch is also frequently satirized on The Simpsons, which airs on Fox. The show's willingness to mock its own owner, to portray Murdoch as a venal media baron primarily interested in the consolidation of power, is one of the more remarkable aspects of its relationship with the network. And Murdoch, as far as is publicly known, has never taken legal or administrative action against the show for these depictions. The standard interpretation of this dynamic is that Murdoch is savvy enough to understand that trying to suppress The Simpsons' jokes about him would generate far more negative attention than the jokes themselves. The show's audience knows who Murdoch is. They know the show airs on his network. The joke, when the show mocks its own owner, is partly about the absurdity of that arrangement. Trying to stop it would be the worst kind of Streisand effect, amplifying exactly the attention you were trying to suppress. There is also probably some element of genuine appreciation. The Simpsons has made Fox, and by extension Murdoch's media empire, an enormous amount of money. Tolerating the occasional satirical portrait is a reasonable price for that financial contribution. The legal history of The Simpsons is, ultimately, a history of a show powerful enough to attract lawsuits and wealthy enough to handle them. The claims that had merit got settled. The claims that didn't have merit got defeated. The show kept making jokes about everyone and everything within the zone of legal protection that American satire law provides, and the occasional lawsuit was the cost of that freedom. What the legal history also reveals is the kind of implicit negotiations that happen around powerful creative institutions. Real towns and real people and real organizations were affected by what the show chose to depict and how. Most of them didn't sue. Most of them absorbed what the show said about them and moved on. The ones who did sue rarely won. The show's enormous resources and the strong legal protection for satire made it a formidable opponent. But the Brazilian Tourism Board's frustration was real. The people who claimed their work had been adapted without credit had real grievances. The legal outcomes don't erase those realities. They just determine what the law does with them. Section 8. The Writer's Room at War, Sam Simon, Conan O'Brien, and the ugliest exits in TV history. Every successful show has a creation myth. A story of how a bunch of talented people found each other at exactly the right moment and built something that couldn't have existed without all of them. The Simpsons has one of those myths, and like most creation myths, it's somewhat true and considerably more complicated than the simplified version most people know. Matt Groening created the Simpson family in a Fox waiting room. That part is straightforward and documented and true. James L. Brooks championed the show and provided the institutional credibility that got it made. That is also documented and true. Al Jean and Mike Reiss wrote some of the show's finest early episodes. John Swartzwelder, a famously reclusive writer, turned in scripts of such quality and in such volume that his name became something like mythology within the Simpsons community. But the person most responsible for building the show's actual structure, The person who turned Matt Groening's family from a collection of sketch characters into a coherent fictional world was a man named Sam Simon. And Sam Simon left the show after its fourth season under circumstances that are among the ugliest in television history. He has been dead since 2015. And the full story of what he built and how he was treated when he left is still one of the show's most uncomfortable subjects. Simon was hired as the showrunner for The Simpsons' first season. His background was in live-action television, not animation, and he brought to the show a structural sensibility, an understanding of how to build a half-hour comedy around character relationships and emotional stakes that the show's early scripts desperately needed. Groening and Brooks had the concept and the characters. Simon gave the show its shape. He hired the writers. He established the writers' room culture. He determined how episodes were structured, how stories were broken, how character arcs developed across a season. He was the person who decided, in those foundational first seasons, what The Simpsons was. He was also, by multiple accounts from people who worked with him, an extremely difficult person to work for. Simon was brilliant, and he knew it. He had high standards and enforced them with a directness that frequently crossed into cruelty. He was dismissive of contributions he found inadequate, which was many of them. He ran his writer's room with an authority that left limited room for the kind of collaborative process that has come to define how the best television rooms operate. People who worked under him in those early seasons describe a workplace that was creatively stimulating and personally brutal, where the work was exceptional and the human cost of producing it was high. By the end of the fourth season, his relationship with Brooks and Groening had deteriorated to the point of irreparability. The specific conflicts are not all a matter of public record, but the general outlines are documented. There were creative disputes about the direction of the show. There were personal conflicts that had compounded across 4 years of close quarters, intense creative work. There were fundamental incompatibilities about what the show was supposed to be and who was in charge of making it that. Simon departed after season 4. The departure was not amicable. What made the situation particularly extraordinary was the financial arrangement that governed Simon's departure. His contract, negotiated at a time when nobody knew what The Simpsons was going to become, had granted him a production credit and a profit participation arrangement that would pay him for the entire duration of the show's run. Every episode produced after his departure would generate a payment to Sam Simon, regardless of whether he was involved in making it. The show went on to produce over 600 additional episodes after Simon left. He received payment for all of them. The relationship between Simon and the show during this period was, by accounts from people who knew him, not warm. He occasionally commented publicly on the show's quality, sometimes critically. The show's other producers made no particular effort to maintain a relationship with him. They paid what they were contractually obligated to pay and otherwise went about their business without him. Simon's final years were remarkable in their own right. When he was diagnosed with colon cancer in 2012 and given months to live, he used the time and the considerable wealth from his Simpsons payments to pursue an aggressive philanthropic campaign. He donated enormous sums to animal rights organizations. He donated to cancer research. He funded a variety of causes he cared about with the urgency of someone who knew time was limited. He lived 3 years beyond his initial prognosis, dying in March of 2015 at 59 years old. The Simpsons acknowledged his death. There was an in memoriam card. There was public comment from people who knew him. The acknowledgement was professional and warm in a way that the actual relationship had not been for 2 decades. It is one of the stranger aspects of this show's history that the man who arguably did more than anyone other than Groening to define what The Simpsons was, the man whose structural and creative work in those first 4 seasons established the template that every subsequent season built on, spent the last 20 years of his professional connection to the show as a creditor, the template of then a collaborator. He built something extraordinary. He was compensated for it. The two things coexisted without much warmth between them. The other significant departure from the show's early creative core is considerably more cheerful in its outcome and considerably better documented because the person who left became one of the most famous television hosts in America and has told the story many times in interviews and monologues, and occasionally in tearful emotional moments that suggest the departure still carries. Wait for him decades later. Conan O'Brien joined The Simpsons writing staff in 1991 for season 3. He was 28 years old. He had worked previously as a writer on Saturday Night Live and on a short-lived NBC sketch show, and his comedy sensibility, which was absurdist and literary and built around unexpected escalation of mundane premises, fit The Simpsons room well. He wrote some of the most celebrated episodes in the show's history. Marge versus the Monorail, which aired in Season 4, is routinely cited in lists of the greatest Simpsons episodes ever produced. It is a broad, confident comedy built around a premise that should not work, a musical number, a charismatic conman voiced by Phil Hartman, and a closing gag that references the monorail story 3 times in escalating fashion. The episode is perfect. It is the kind of perfect that looks effortless and is actually the result of enormous craft and clear vision about what comedy can do. O'Brien also wrote Homer Goes to College, which is another fan favorite, and contributed to other significant episodes of that era. He left the show in 1993 to host a new NBC late-night program called Late Night with Conan O'Brien, which was given to him after David Letterman departed NBC for CBS in one of the more dramatic late-night reshuffles in television history. NBC needed someone to fill the 12:30 slot. They chose O'Brien, a choice that was initially greeted with something like bafflement by the broader entertainment press, who did not understand why a television network was giving a show to a person nobody had heard of. O'Brien's departure from The Simpsons was celebratory rather than bitter, and the relationship between him and the show has remained warm across the decades since. He returns to the show periodically as a guest voice or as a subject of in-jokes. The show has referenced his late-night career with obvious affection, but his departure, like Simon's, changed the creative makeup of the show in ways that had lasting consequences. Both men left within the same general period, at the end of the 4th season and the beginning of the 5th. Both had been central to the creative environment that produced what most fans and critics consider the show's golden era. What came after was still good television, often very good television. The show continued to produce episodes of genuine quality for years after those departures. But the consensus view that the show's sharpest, most precisely calibrated comedy happened in roughly the first 8 seasons, and that something shifted afterward is widely held among people who have watched the show carefully across its entire run. The shift is partially attributable to the natural evolution of any long-running show. Sustaining peak quality across hundreds of episodes is not possible for any creative team. The references become more internal, the characters less grounded, the satire less precise as the writer's original observations about American culture are gradually replaced by observations about the show's own history. But the departures of Simon and O'Brien and other early writers are also part of the story. The specific combination of creative perspectives that made the early show what it was is not a renewable resource. When those specific people left, they took with them something that could not be fully replaced. The writers' room scandals of The Simpsons are not dramatic in the way that network scandals or censorship fights are dramatic. They are quieter and in some ways more revealing, because they're about the human cost of making something great under pressure, about the gap between the myth of creative collaboration and the reality of specific people with specific temperaments and specific financial interests working together in a room. Sam Simon was difficult. He built something essential. He was compensated fairly according to the contract, and inadequately according to any honest accounting of his contribution. He died wealthy and estranged from the thing he helped create. Conan O'Brien was delightful to work with, by all accounts, and left on his own terms to pursue something even larger. He still talks about the show with obvious love. Both stories are true. Both are part of how The Simpsons got made. Section 9. The Phil Hartman Tragedy and the Episode That Changed Forever. There are stories in the history of The Simpsons that are scandals, and then there are stories that are something harder to name. Something that sits at the intersection of tragedy and institutional response, where the show had to figure out what to do in the aftermath of something no writer's room has a protocol for. Phil Hartman was a voice actor, a comedian, a performer of extraordinary range and technical skill who brought 2 of The Simpsons' most beloved recurring characters to life across a decade of appearances. He was Troy McClure, the washed-up B-movie actor whose introductions always began with, "You may remember me from such films as..." He was Lionel Hutz, the incompetent personal injury attorney who was Springfield's legal representation in its most desperate moments. Both characters were defined entirely by Hartman's performance. Troy McClure existed as a very specific type of American celebrity delusion. The man so thoroughly convinced of his own importance that the gap between his self-image and his actual career was the entire joke. But Hartman played him with a warmth and a commitment that made the character genuinely funny rather than just pathetic. You laughed at him, and you also somehow liked him, and that combination is hard to achieve and impossible to fake. Lionel Hutz was a different register, a character whose incompetence was more directly played for comedy but whose specific delivery of that incompetence, the particular way Hartman inhabited Hutz's delusional confidence, made him one of Springfield's most memorable presences. Hartman joined the show in Season 2. By the time of his death in 1998, he had appeared in over 50 episodes, providing voices for characters ranging from his two primary roles to a range of one-time appearances. On the 28th of May, 1998, Phil Hartman was shot and killed by his wife, Bryn Hartman, at their home in Encino, California. Bryn subsequently took her own life. Their two children were in the house. The deaths were attributed to a combination of cocaine use and alcohol, and the tragedy was covered extensively by the entertainment press as one of the more shocking violent deaths in Hollywood in recent memory. The show was in the middle of producing its 10th season. Hartman had been scheduled for appearances in multiple upcoming episodes. The decision that the producers made in the aftermath was to retire both Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz, not recast. Not reintroduce with different voices, retire. The characters were written out of the show's active roster, and the show proceeded without them. This decision was received, then and now, as the correct and compassionate choice. Attempting to recast Troy McClure would have been the kind of disservice to both the character and Hartman's memory that the show was right to avoid. The voices were his. The characters lived in his specific performance. Replacing them would have been a constant reminder of the absence. The financial cost of the retirement was real. Both characters were popular and could have generated additional revenue across the many seasons that followed. The emotional cost to the writing staff, who had worked closely with Hartman and who had to continue producing episodes in the immediate aftermath of his death, was also real. The show gave Hartman's death relatively quiet acknowledgement in its broadcast material. There was no dedicated tribute episode. There was no dramatic ceremony within the show's narrative. His final episode aired, and subsequent seasons simply did not include his characters, and the absence became its own kind of memorial. What the Hartman tragedy added to The Simpsons' history was a moment of genuine grief within what was otherwise a frequently combative and commercial institutional story. The show had been fighting with its network, fighting over actor compensation, fighting over creative control, navigating lawsuits and controversies and internal conflicts for a decade. The death of a colleague and collaborator was something different. It was outside all of that. It was simply sad. The show's producers handled it with more grace than they handled some of the other difficult situations in the show's history. The retirement of the characters, the decision not to exploit the roles for continued revenue by recasting, was a genuinely human response to a genuinely human tragedy. It also left a permanent mark on the show's landscape. Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz are still somewhere in Springfield, in theory. They just never appear anymore. Their absence is the kind of absence you only notice if you know to look for it, and when you do notice it, the reason for it arrives with a weight that the show's comedy generally does its best to prevent. There is a secondary dimension to the Hartman story that doesn't always get included in discussions of his legacy on the show, and it involves a performer who knew him well and whose career trajectory was substantially altered by his death. Hartman had been a close friend and supporter of comedian Andy Dick, and in the period before Hartman's death, had reportedly been working to help Dick address the substance abuse issues that had been affecting Dick's career and personal life. Whether Dick's specific actions contributed to Bryn Hartman's state of mind on the night of the shooting has been a matter of considerable public debate over the years. Dick's connection to the tragedy, and the way that connection shaped his public reputation in the years that followed, is a complicated story that sits at the intersection of addiction, grief, and public accountability in ways that don't resolve cleanly. The Simpsons' direct role in that story is limited, but the Hartman tragedy's ripples extended well beyond the show itself, into the lives of people who knew him and the careers of people connected to him in ways that lasted for years. Section 10. The Simpsons vs. Fox News. A show on Fox goes to war with Fox. In 2003, The Simpsons broadcast an episode that displayed a parody Fox News ticker scrolling across the bottom of the screen during a segment meant to send up cable news culture. The ticker items included phrases like Rupert Murdoch, terrific dancer, and study, 92% of Democrats are gay, and other satirical headlines designed to mock the particular flavor of right-wing media culture that Fox News had established. Fox News, which is owned by the same Rupert Murdoch who owns Fox Broadcasting, the network that airs The Simpsons, sent a legal notice to the show threatening to sue for trademark infringement. The argument was that using the Fox News logo and ticker format, even in obvious parody, constituted an unauthorized use of the network's intellectual property. Matt Groening's public response to the legal threat was one of the more memorable statements in the show's history. He said that he was confident they were not going to be sued, because it would be the most stupid thing in the history of the world for Fox to sue The Simpsons. He then added something along the lines of, "Considering we've been making fun of Fox for years and somehow they've never managed to take legal action yet, this seems unlikely to be the moment they start." The lawsuit did not happen. Fox News backed down. The episode aired as produced. The incident is funny on its surface and genuinely revealing underneath. The Simpsons airs on the Fox Broadcasting Company, which is part of the News Corp empire alongside Fox News. The show and the news network are siblings in the same corporate family, and The Simpsons has been mocking Fox News, directly and by name, with specific references to its programming, its personalities, its ideological orientation, and its business practices, for essentially the entire duration of Fox News' existence. This is, when you think about it, completely remarkable. Most companies do not allow their subsidiaries to publicly mock other subsidiaries in primetime television. The standard approach to corporate conflict management is to keep internal disagreements internal and to present a unified front externally. The Simpsons has been doing the opposite of this with Fox News for 20 years, and Rupert Murdoch has apparently decided that the revenue from The Simpsons outweighs the reputational cost of the mockery. The Fox News jokes in The Simpsons are not subtle. They are pointed and specific. Fox News has been depicted as a propaganda machine for right-wing ideology. Its personalities have been caricatured. Its coverage decisions have been mocked. The network's relationship to facts has been a recurring target for the show's satire. Fox News' own commentators have occasionally responded to this. Some have complained. Some have dismissed it as left-wing Hollywood nonsense. At least one commentator made the observation that a show on the Fox network mocking Fox News was a demonstration of Fox Broadcasting's commitment to free expression, which is a reading of the situation that requires some creative accounting. The simpler reading is that the money is why. The Simpsons makes Fox too much money for Murdoch to interfere with its creative choices, even when those choices include unflattering portrayals of a media property he also owns. The calculation is simply that the financial benefit of The Simpsons exceeds the reputational cost to Fox News, and so the jokes are permitted to continue. This dynamic illustrates something important about how corporate media power actually functions versus how it is often described. The story about media consolidation and corporate control is usually told as a story about homogenization, about powerful owners squeezing out dissenting voices and enforcing ideological uniformity. And there are contexts where that story is accurate. But there are also contexts where commercial interest and creative independence align in ways that produce something more complicated. The Simpsons is, among many other things, a sustained argument against the Fox News view of American culture and American politics. It is this argument aired weekly on a Fox network. The argument is funded by Fox's distribution infrastructure and generates profit for Fox's corporate parent. And the man who owns all of it, who owns both the argument and the platform the argument rails against, has apparently made peace with the contradiction because the economics support it. There's a version of this story that's cynical, that says the show's political edge is ultimately contained and commodified, that the network profits from the appearance of dissent without ever actually being threatened by it. There's another version that says the show has used its commercial power to sustain a genuine and specific critique of right-wing media culture for decades, in a context where that critique reaches millions of people who would not otherwise seek it out. Both versions are probably true simultaneously. The relationship between The Simpsons' political edge and its commercial context is not one where easy conclusions are available. What is certain is that the Fox News ticker lawsuit threat is one of the more memorable moments in the show's public history, both because of its obvious absurdity, a corporation threatening to sue itself over a parody, and because of what Groening's response revealed about the power structure of the show's relationship with its network. Groening called the threat stupid and backed it up with 20 years of precedent. The threat went away. The mocking continued. The Simpsons versus Fox News is ongoing. The latest season probably has at least one cable news joke in it. The network probably noticed. Nothing happened. Nothing will. Section 11. The celebrity feuds, the walkouts, and the guests who regretted saying yes. The Simpsons has had hundreds of celebrity guest appearances. Most of them were pleasant, straightforward experiences. Famous person records voice work. Famous person's appearance in the episode generates publicity. Everyone moves on. This is the ordinary transaction that celebrity culture runs on, and it has served The Simpsons well across 3 decades. But a handful of guest experiences were not ordinary. A handful produced the kind of conflict or regret or public comment that suggests the transaction had complications that both parties hadn't anticipated. The most dramatically documented of these involves Dustin Hoffman. Hoffman appeared in a 1991 episode called Brush with Greatness, in which he voiced a character named Mr. Bergstrom, a substitute teacher who forms a significant connection with Lisa Simpson. The episode is one of the most beloved in the show's early run. Mr. Bergstrom is kind and encouraging and sees Lisa's intelligence and worth in a way that she rarely experiences from adults in her life. And the relationship between the character and Lisa has genuine emotional depth. Hoffman was credited as Sam Edick, a pseudonym, because he wanted the work to speak for itself rather than being received primarily as a celebrity cameo. He did not want audiences watching the episode primarily to identify his voice. He wanted them to respond to the performance and the character. By most accounts, the experience was positive for Hoffman. The character resonated with audiences. The episode was well received. His contribution was eventually widely acknowledged and is now considered part of the show's early creative high points. The pseudonym element, interestingly, predates the much more famous pseudonym situation with Michael Jackson by about a year. There was apparently a brief period in the early 90s where The Simpsons was the place prominent performers went to do anonymous career experiments. The situation that generated the most heat and the most public post-appearance commentary involved Ringo Starr. Starr appeared in a 1991 episode called Brush with Greatness, which also featured the Hoffman character, in which he plays himself receiving a painting that Marge had made of him years earlier as a teenage fan. The episode is a gentle treatment of celebrity and fan devotion, and Starr's performance as himself is warm and self-deprecating. The issue that arose involved the production's treatment of Starr's suggestions during recording. Starr, as a performer with some experience in storytelling and comedy, offered ideas during the session about how his character might behave or what he might say. Some of those suggestions were not incorporated into the final episode. Starr subsequently made comments in interviews suggesting that he felt his contributions hadn't been fully respected by the production. The exchange was never dramatically acrimonious. It was more of a quiet professional disappointment that became known because Starr mentioned it in the way that prominent people mention minor grievances. In interviews where someone asks about the experience and the honest answer is fine, but it didn't damage his relationship with the show or with its audience. It was noted and filed away. More dramatically documented was the situation involving Kelsey Grammer and the character Sideshow Bob. Grammer has voiced Sideshow Bob since the character's introduction in Season 1, and the character has become one of Springfield's most beloved recurring presences. Sideshow Bob is a high-culture villain, a man of tremendous erudition and ambition who keeps being thwarted by Bart Simpson, and Grammer's performance, which draws on his theater background and his ability to deliver grand theatrical declarations with complete sincerity, is essential to the character's appeal. The relationship between Grammer and the show has been long and largely warm, but it has not been without friction. Grammer has made no secret of the fact that his compensation for Sideshow Bob appearances is considerably below what his status as a major television star might otherwise command, and his comments about this, over the years, have been candid enough to suggest genuine frustration rather than the performative modesty that celebrities sometimes deploy in these conversations. The economics of recurring guest voice work on long-running shows is a complicated territory. Guest voice actors are not covered by the same contracts as the principal cast, and their compensation is negotiated separately for each appearance. For a performer at Grammer's level, the per-appearance rate may be meaningful but not proportionate to what his involvement brings to the character in terms of recognition and quality. He keeps doing it, which suggests the compensation is sufficient, and the enjoyment of the role outweighs the financial incongruity. But the occasional public comment about the pay structure suggests it's a situation he's at peace with rather than enthusiastic about. The most publicly contentious celebrity situation of the show's recent history involves a comedian named John Cleese, who appeared in a 1997 episode and who has since made comments about his appearance that range from bemused to mildly critical. Cleese voiced a character in the episode Much Ado About Nothing, a butler character, and while the experience itself appears to have been straightforward, his post-appearance commentary has occasionally included observations about whether the experience was worth his time that suggest the British perspective on American celebrity culture does not always translate smoothly to the dynamics of a Hollywood recording session. The celebrity that the show had the most genuinely complicated creative relationship with over the years was probably Johnny Cash. Cash appeared in a 1997 Season 8 episode called El Viaje Misterioso de Nuestro Homer, in which he voiced a coyote spirit guide who appears to Homer during a hallucinogenic chili-induced vision. The sequence is one of the most visually distinctive the show ever produced, and Cash's deep, quiet voice gave the coyote a presence that was genuinely otherworldly. The episode required Cash to voice a mystical figure who speaks in ways that are somewhat at odds with his public persona as a country music legend. The man in black voicing a desert spirit coyote in a psychedelic animated sequence is an unusual creative assignment. Cash took it seriously and delivered something that transcended what the premise suggested it was going to be. His coyote is actually moving, actually resonant in ways that animated guest appearances are rarely asked to be. When Cash died in 2003, the show acknowledged his death with a reference in a subsequent episode and with public comment from the producers about how much the collaboration had meant to them. The tribute was genuine, and the episode remains one of the fondest in the show's memory. The broader pattern of celebrity appearances and the occasional friction around them reveals something about the economics and power dynamics of guest casting that rarely gets discussed publicly. When a celebrity agrees to voice a character on The Simpsons, they are entering an arrangement in which the show has almost complete creative control over how their contribution is used. The recording session is relatively brief. The writers have already determined what the character will do and say. The celebrity's input is welcome but not authoritative. The final product reflects the show's vision, not theirs. For celebrities accustomed to environments where their status gives them significant creative influence, this can be an adjustment. For celebrities who are also skilled performers looking for an interesting creative challenge, the constraints can be liberating. The wide range of post-appearance public commentary from Simpsons guests reflects this range of experiences. The show's power in these arrangements is nearly absolute, and it has generally used that power responsibly, treating celebrity collaborators with respect and producing episodes that serve both the show's creative vision and the guests' dignity. The exceptions, the moments when a celebrity felt their contribution wasn't respected or their expectations weren't met, tend to become known because the power imbalance makes those moments worth noting. Section 12. The end that never comes, cancellation rumors, network threats, and 36 years of the show that refuses to die. Every year for approximately 30 years, there have been serious public discussions about whether The Simpsons is about to end. The discussions have been detailed. They have involved quotes from network executives and showrunners and people described as sources close to the production. They have generated extensive coverage in the entertainment press. They have prompted fan campaigns and petitions and earnest arguments about whether the show should end on its own terms or whether it should continue as long as there is an audience willing to watch. The show has not ended. The persistence of The Simpsons in the face of 3 decades of cancellation discourse is one of the more remarkable institutional stories in the history of American television, and the reasons it has survived are as interesting as the reasons people have periodically believed it was about to stop. Let's start at the beginning of the end. That wasn't. The first serious cancellation conversation happened around season 9 or 10, When the show's ratings had declined from their extraordinary peak of the early 1990s, and when critical consensus had begun to shift from "this is the greatest comedy on television" to "this used to be the greatest comedy on television." The shift was gradual, but noticeable, and it was accompanied by a related shift in the industry's perception of the show's cultural centrality. In the early 1990s, The Simpsons had been the most important show on television. It had been setting the terms of discourse around what American comedy could be and what audiences would accept from animated entertainment. It had been generating ratings that any primetime drama or comedy would have been proud of. It was a conversation-dominating cultural object in a way that few shows in television history have been. By the late 1990s, it was still very popular, still generating good ratings for Fox, still profitable, still culturally significant in the sense that everyone knew what it was and many people still watched it. But it was no longer the most important show on television in the way it had been. Other shows had arrived, partially inspired by The Simpsons' success, that were now occupying some of the cultural space the show had previously dominated. The cancellation conversations of this period were not primarily about quality, though quality was part of the discourse. They were about whether the show's best years were behind it, whether it was diminishing the legacy it had built by continuing rather than ending on a high note, and whether Fox would eventually decide that the cost of continuing was no longer justified by the revenue it generated. Fox's answer, repeatedly, was no. The cost was still justified. The show was still generating revenue well in excess of its production costs. Even a slightly diminished Simpsons was more valuable than most alternatives Fox could put in the time slot. The second major cancellation moment came in 2004, after the actor compensation negotiations had escalated to a point where Fox was publicly talking about the show potentially ending. The network's position in those negotiations was that the production costs were no longer sustainable at the current compensation structure, and cancellation was presented as a real possibility. Whether Fox was genuinely considering cancellation or was using the threat as a negotiating tactic is impossible to determine from the public record. The most financially sophisticated reading of the situation is that cancellation was never likely, that the revenue the show generated made the cost of meeting the actors' demands the correct decision regardless of the short-term pain. The threat of cancellation was leverage, not intention. The third and most recent major cancellation moment came in 2011, when the same dynamic played out again at a higher financial level. The actors were asked to accept pay cuts. The show's continuation was again presented as contingent on the outcome of negotiations. The entertainment press covered it extensively. Fan campaigns emerged, the deal was reached, the show continued, and it is still continuing. The 2024 to 2025 season, the show's 36th, is in production. Fox has already announced a 37th season. The show has committed, as far as its current contracts extend, to continuing production for the foreseeable future. The question of whether the show should continue is separate from the question of whether it will. The should question is a genuinely interesting one that the show's community has been wrestling with for longer than most cable networks have existed. The case for ending is rooted in quality and legacy. The show's most devoted fans, the people who watch every episode carefully and who care deeply about its creative standards, tend to argue that the episodes of the last 15 to 20 seasons are not as good as the early seasons. This is nearly a consensus view within the show's most passionate fan community. The calibration of what "not as good" means varies, but the general direction of the consensus is consistent. The argument is that continuing to produce work that is significantly below the standard of the show's peak years is damaging to the overall legacy, that every mediocre episode reduces the average quality of the canon, that a show known for producing some of the greatest comedy in television history should protect that reputation by stopping before the scale tips irrevocably toward a catalog of diminishing returns. The case for continuing is rooted in pragmatism, audience loyalty, and a kind of humble realism about what television is. The show still has an audience. The audience still finds value in it. The episodes, even at a lower level than the show's peak, are not bad. They are competent and occasionally excellent, and they continue to find moments of genuine insight and creativity even within a format that has been running for 36 years. The argument is also implicitly a financial one. The show makes money. As long as it makes money, there is no good business reason to stop. And as long as it has an audience, there is an argument from audience service. People are choosing to watch it. Those people are being served. That transaction has value. The creative argument for continuing is the trickiest one. The show has periodically produced episodes in its later seasons that are as strong as anything in its early run, not consistently. Not at the rate that the early seasons produced them, but the creative capacity exists. The voice cast is still there, the writer's room still contains talented people, the possibility of excellence is not gone. It is rarer and harder to achieve, but it is not impossible. What the cancellation discourse consistently underestimates is the institutional momentum of a show this size. The Simpsons does not simply exist as a creative project, it is an economic ecosystem. It employs hundreds of people directly. It supports subsidiary industries. Its continued production is a financial fact that the entities depending on it have built planning around. Stopping it is not a creative decision in the way that ending a normal television show is a creative decision. It is a major institutional and financial reorganization. This reality means that the show's continuation is to some extent self-perpetuating in ways that purely quality-based arguments do not fully capture. The show will continue as long as the economics support it. The economics have supported it through every cancellation conversation for 30 years. Unless something changes the fundamental economics, the conversations will continue to happen, and the show will continue to not end. There is a sadder version of this story, a version in which the show's persistence is not a triumph of audience loyalty and institutional momentum, but a kind of inertia, a show continuing because stopping takes more effort than going on, because the financial relationships are too deeply established to unravel, because nobody with the authority to end it also has the motivation. In this version, The Simpsons continues not because the show has something left to say, but because it is too expensive to stop saying it. The characters keep appearing on screen not because they have stories left to tell, but because the infrastructure of their telling is too deeply embedded in Fox's business model to dismantle. This version is probably also partially true. The truth of the show's continued existence is somewhere in the space between these readings. It continues because it can. It continues because it still occasionally produces work that justifies itself. It continues because the people involved in making it still find meaning in the work. And it continues because the machinery of its continuation is formidable enough that stopping it requires a motivation that has not yet materialized. The end that never comes will probably come someday. All shows end. The Simpsons will end. The question of when and how and whether it will be on its own terms or the network's terms, or simply the result of circumstances that make continuation impossible, is one that remains genuinely open. What is remarkable about the show's relationship with its own potential ending is how long and how prominently that potential has been discussed without being realized. For 3 decades, the conversation about whether The Simpsons should end has been among the most persistent recurring conversations in American television culture, which means that for 3 decades, the show's possible death has been part of its ongoing life. It is, in its own way, very Springfield, a town where catastrophic events are absorbed and forgotten, where the same conversations happen over and over without resolution, where the same family sits on the same couch, in the same house, and watches the same television, and the credits roll, and next Sunday night is exactly the same as this Sunday night. The end that never comes is part of what the show is. The characters don't age. The reset button erases consequences. The loop keeps running. Homer is still at the power plant. Marge is still patient. Bart is still 10. Lisa is still 8. Maggie is still sucking on that pacifier, watching everything and saying nothing, waiting. Section 13. Harry Shearer's almost departure and the Facebook post heard around Springfield. In May of 2015, Harry Shearer posted something on Twitter. It was brief. It said that he had received a message from James L. Brooks's office saying that Fox had made it clear to the show's producers that Shearer would not be part of the show going forward. He said he wished his colleagues well. He implied that he was done. The entertainment press immediately went to full alert. Harry Shearer was not a peripheral figure. Harry Shearer was Mr. Burns. Harry Shearer was Ned Flanders. Harry Shearer was Principal Skinner. Harry Shearer was Smithers and Kent Brockman and Dr. Hibbert and Lenny and Reverend Lovejoy and Bob Arnold and the entire supporting cast of male characters who gave Springfield its texture and depth. He was second in terms of character breadth only to Hank Azaria, and arguably more central to the show's dramatic weight, because his characters were not primarily comedic. Mr. Burns is the show's central antagonist. Ned Flanders is the show's moral compass and primary tragic figure. Principal Skinner is the show's portrait of compromised authority. These are not background characters. These are the show's architecture. The reactions were immediate and varied. Matt Groening issued a statement saying that the show would continue regardless of what Shearer decided, and that his characters would be recast if necessary. This statement was received as a negotiating position rather than a creative plan, because the idea of recasting Mr. Burns and Ned Flanders was so clearly problematic from an audience and continuity perspective that it was difficult to take seriously as an actual artistic intention. Fans reacted with something between concern and disbelief. The social media discussion was extensive. What would The Simpsons be without Burns? Without Flanders? Without the specific vocal gravity that Shearer brought to both characters? The question had no comfortable answer. Shearer's departure, if it had held, would have been qualitatively different from any previous personnel change the show had experienced. This was not a supporting voice actor. This was not a replacement of a secondary character with a different performer who could approximate the original. This was the potential loss of a voice so thoroughly identified with its characters that the characters essentially ceased to exist without it. The dispute, as it became publicly known, was primarily about a contractual provision that restricted the other principal cast members' ability to do outside voice work without Fox's approval. Shearer's position was that this restriction was unacceptably limiting, that it prevented him from pursuing other voice acting opportunities that were part of his professional identity and his financial planning, and that he was not willing to sign a new contract that maintained this restriction. Fox's position was that the exclusivity provisions were standard and necessary for a show of The Simpsons' profile, that they applied equally to all principal cast members, and that Shearer's request for an exemption would set a precedent that could not be extended only to him. The standoff lasted approximately 1 month. In June of 2015, a deal was reached. The terms were not publicly specified, though reports suggested that some modification to the exclusivity provisions was made that addressed Shearer's primary concern. He returned to the show. Mr. Burns came back. Ned Flanders continued to suffer quietly next door. The episode that aired immediately after the resolution included a knowing reference to Shearer's near departure that was as close as the show could get to acknowledging the public drama that had just occurred. What the Shearer situation demonstrated was the asymmetric nature of leverage in long-term creative relationships. For most of the show's history, the principal 6 voice actors had negotiated as a unit, a strategy that gave them collective leverage they would not have had individually. The 2015 situation was different, because Shearer acted individually, and his individual leverage turned out to be substantial, because his contribution was so deeply embedded in the show's identity that replacing him would have been a creative and commercial catastrophe. But he was also in a weaker position than the collective had been in previous negotiations, because he was negotiating alone and because the specific provision he was fighting against was one that applied to all cast members, which meant that agreeing to his request required either giving everyone the same exemption or creating a 2-tiered contract system that would have generated its own conflicts. The resolution was apparently satisfactory enough to bring him back without permanently resolving the underlying tension. Shearer's comments about the show in subsequent years have occasionally suggested that his peace with the contract situation is functional rather than enthusiastic. He continues to record. The characters continue to appear. The machinery keeps running. What would have happened to The Simpsons if Shearer had actually left is one of the more interesting counterfactuals in television history. A Mr. Burns voiced by someone else is difficult to imagine without cringing. The specific quality of Shearer's performance, the breathtakingly specific contempt and frailty he brings to Burns, the perfectly calibrated sincerity he gives to Flanders, is not replicated by approximation. You could find a voice that sounds somewhat like Burns. You could not find one that is Burns. The show knew this, Fox knew this, and Shearer knew they both knew it. The threat turned out to be real enough to produce a deal, and whatever he extracted from those negotiations, the fact that he risked his relationship with the show to extract it tells you something about how he values his own terms. Section 14. The Treehouse of Horror Controversies when Halloween went too far. The Treehouse of Horror episodes exist in their own universe. The show has said this explicitly and has used that status as protection against the narrative consequences of its content. In the Treehouse of Horror episodes, characters can die. Characters can be monstrously violent. Characters can do things that would be unthinkable in a regular episode. The Halloween anthology format grants the show a creative permission that it uses each year to push well past its normal limits. For most of the show's history, this permission has been well managed. The episodes are clearly framed as non-canonical, as horror parodies, as comedic engagement with a genre tradition that the audience understands as separate from the show's main universe. Bart can be murdered 30 different ways in Treehouse of Horror episodes. The audience accepts it because the genre framing makes it legible. But there have been moments where specific Treehouse of Horror content generated backlash that the horror episode framing did not fully absorb. The most discussed of these involves Treehouse of Horror 6, which aired in 1995 and included a segment called Homer Cubed, which was a groundbreaking piece of early computer-generated imagery in which Homer is transported into a three-dimensional digital space. The segment was celebrated for its technical innovation at the time and remains one of the most visually distinctive things the show has ever done. The controversy around Homer Cubed was relatively minor and primarily involved the depiction of a specific digital environment that some viewers found disorienting or disturbing rather than humorous. The segment ends with Homer emerging from the digital space into a real-world Los Angeles context, which was a genuinely surreal creative choice, but not one that generated sustained backlash. More significant were the complaints generated by Treehouse of Horror 14, which aired in 2003 and included a segment called Reaper Madness, in which Homer kills the Grim Reaper and takes over Death's role. The segment required Homer to kill various Springfield residents, including Patty Bouvier, and a sequence involving Bart dying multiple times in increasingly graphic ways. The graphic nature of the death sequences in this episode generated complaints from parent advocacy groups who argued that even within the Halloween episode format, the content was inappropriate for a show that a significant portion of its audience watched with children. Fox's Standards and Practices Department had apparently approved the content as appropriate within the Treehouse of Horror framework, but the viewer response suggested that the framework's protection for graphic content had limits that this particular episode had approached. The segment aired without modification. Fox defended it as clearly satirical horror content within an established format that had been running for 14 years, and that its audience understood as non-canonical. The parent advocacy groups disagreed with this assessment. The show continued producing Treehouse of Horror episodes with similar content in subsequent years. The Treehouse of Horror controversy that generated the most sustained and serious discussion, however, did not involve violence or graphic content. It involved political content in a Halloween episode context. Treehouse of Horror.xx7, which aired in 2016 during the presidential campaign season, included a segment that engaged directly with the campaign in ways that critics of the show's political commentary found heavy-handed. The segment depicted Donald Trump in the context of the episode's horror framing, using the horror genre's tools to make a political argument about the implications of his campaign. The debate around this episode was substantially more complex than the debate around the graphic death sequences in earlier seasons. It involved questions about whether the show had a responsibility to maintain a certain kind of political balance, whether using a horror episode to make what was essentially a political argument was appropriate, and whether the show's obvious political sympathies had become incompatible with its self-presentation as a show that could speak to all Americans. Defenders of the episode argued that The Simpsons had always been political, that its satire had always had a perspective, and that the 2016 campaign was sufficiently alarming that restraint would have been its own kind of statement. Critics argued that the horror episode format gave the show political cover for something that was essentially partisan content, that the combination of horror conventions and explicit political commentary produced something that felt less like satire and more like advocacy. The episode aired. The debate about it continued into the following seasons, as the show's explicit engagement with Trump's presidency became a recurring feature of its content and its critics' complaints about its political direction intensified. The Treehouse of Horror controversies, taken together, illustrate something interesting about the show's use of its various protective frames. The Halloween episodes have always given the show creative permission that its regular episodes don't have. Political episodes and social commentary episodes have given it a different kind of permission, the protection of claiming to be educational or aware rather than merely entertaining. The combination of these frames, horror plus political commentary, pushed into territory where both protections were simultaneously invoked and simultaneously contested. Whether the show managed this combination well depends entirely on what you believe the show's obligations are to its audience and to the broader culture. The people who thought it handled it well tended to be people who agreed with the show's political perspective. The people who thought it handled it poorly tended to be people who didn't. That's true of most political satire. It's also a limitation of most political satire. Section 15. The Hank Azaria Characters. A Reckoning Years in the Making. The Apu situation was not the only context in which the Hank Azaria character stable came under scrutiny. Azaria has voiced an extraordinary number of characters in The Simpsons across its run, and a significant proportion of them are ethnic or racial character types, whose origins are in the kind of caricature tradition that the show began emerging from in the early 1990s. Apu was the most prominently discussed of these, but the questions raised by the documentary applied, at least potentially, to others as well. Azaria has acknowledged this. His public processing of the Apu situation included statements that extended to his broader approach to character performance about whether a white performer doing ethnic caricature voices is appropriate in the contemporary entertainment landscape regardless of the show's satirical intentions, and about what his responsibility is given the influence those performances have had. The academic literature on racial ventriloquism in entertainment, the practice of white performers voicing ethnic and racial characters in ways that draw from stereotyped performance traditions, is extensive, and its conclusions are consistent. The practice has a long history in American entertainment that is deeply connected to traditions of minstrelsy and othering, and the fact that a specific instance of the practice is performed with skill and affection does not disconnect it from that history. The Simpsons writing room, as has been widely documented, has been predominantly white throughout most of its history. The characters who represent non-white communities in Springfield were created primarily by white writers, and primarily by white actors, within a tradition of American comedy that had specific assumptions about what those characters looked and sounded like. The show has made genuine efforts to address this in its later seasons. The writer's room has become more diverse. Casting decisions around specific character types have been revisited. Azaria's departure from Apu was the most public expression of a more general reassessment of the show's casting practices. But the reassessment is incomplete, and its outcomes are still being determined. Some characters continue to be voiced by performers whose relationship to the cultural communities being depicted is indirect at best. The show's history includes too many characters in this category for any clean resolution. What is different now from the early 1990s is the framework within which these questions are asked. In 1990, the question of who should voice Apu was not being publicly asked in any serious way. The representation discourse that now shapes how casting decisions in entertainment are evaluated was not yet part of mainstream cultural conversation. The show was made within the assumptions of its time. Those assumptions have changed. The show is still being made. The legacy of those earlier assumptions remains in the character archive, in the hundreds of episodes where voices that can't be uncreated were the sound of Springfield. The Simpsons, like most long-running American cultural institutions, carries its history on its back. Some of that history is a source of pride. Some of it is a reminder that the present standards apply retroactively in ways that are uncomfortable and important. Section 16. The writers who left angry departures, credits, and the institutional memory of grievance. The Simpsons has had an enormous number of writers across its 36 seasons. The turnover in any writer's room across that span of time would produce a significant population of former employees with varying degrees of affection for the institution they'd left. The Simpsons is no different, except that its cultural prominence means that the accounts of people who left unhappily are more likely to be sought out and published than they would be for a less significant show. The pattern of departures follows a shape that will be recognizable to anyone who has spent time thinking about how creative institutions treat the people who contribute to them. Early contributors who were formative to the show's identity often left without compensation arrangements that reflected the show's eventual scale. Later contributors often left because the creative environment had changed from what they had joined, or because specific creative conflicts had become irresolvable, or because the institutional culture of a 30-year-old show is substantially different from the institutional culture of a startup in ways that not everyone finds compatible. Greg Daniels is one of the more interesting departure cases. Daniels worked on The Simpsons in its early seasons and was a significant creative contributor to some of its most celebrated episodes before leaving to create The Office's American adaptation and to pursue other projects. His departure was not acrimonious, and his subsequent career validated the creative instincts that had made him valuable to The Simpsons in the first place. He is one of many examples of the show functioning as a training ground for television talent who then go on to create significant work elsewhere. The show's implicit function as a talent incubator is one of its less discussed contributions to American television culture. The list of writers and directors who developed their craft at The Simpsons before building careers elsewhere is long and impressive, and includes a disproportionate number of the people who shaped American comedy television in the 1990s and 2000s. The departures that generated the most lingering resentment were typically the ones involving credit disputes. In television writing, credits carry financial consequences. Credit determines who receives residual payments when episodes are rebroadcast or distributed. Credit determines who gets listed in the Emmy submissions that shape industry perception of a writer's contribution to a show. Credit is not just recognition, it is money. The specific mechanics of how Simpsons writing credits were assigned have been contested over the years by writers who felt their contributions were not fully credited, who felt that the episode credit went to the writer of record rather than reflecting the collaborative reality of how scripts were developed in the room, who felt that the institutional rules around credits favored certain kinds of contributions over others in ways that systematically disadvantaged specific writers. These are disputes that happen in essentially every writer's room and that are rarely resolved to everyone's satisfaction. They are amplified at The Simpsons because the residuals from a show that has been in syndication for 30 years add up to meaningful money, and because the credits are part of the permanent public record of one of the most analyzed shows in television history. The writers who left angry and who subsequently spoke publicly about their experiences have generally described a creative environment that was genuinely exciting and genuinely demanding, and that occasionally prioritized institutional hierarchy over the collaborative process that produces the best work. This is a description that could apply to most successful writers' rooms in Hollywood. It is the inevitable tension between the creative freedom that talent requires and the editorial control that institutions require. What distinguishes The Simpsons from many other shows is the longevity. 36 years of writers' room culture means 36 years of institutional decisions accumulating, of precedents being set, of patterns forming that may not be visible in any individual choice, but that become obvious in the aggregate. The show that exists today is a bureaucracy in a way that the show in 1990 was not. The processes are established. The hierarchies are fixed. The creative adventurousness that characterized the early room, the willingness to throw out everything and start over, to break a script completely and rebuild it on instinct, is harder to maintain when the institutional weight of 36 years of precedent is pressing on every decision. Former writers have described this shift in terms that are recognizable as the description of any institution that has grown from a scrappy experiment into a large, self-sustaining operation. You gain stability and you lose flexibility. You gain consistency and you lose surprise. You gain 36 years of canon and you lose the freedom to ignore all of it. The show navigates these trade-offs differently in different seasons and under different showrunners. Some later showrunners have found ways to reinvigorate the creative process and produce episodes that rival the early seasons in ambition and quality. Others have produced seasons that feel more comfortable than adventurous, more competent than inspired. The departed writers who speak most bitterly about their time tend to have left during periods when the institutional weight felt heaviest and the creative return on the show's investment in process felt lowest. Their accounts are not necessarily more accurate than the accounts of writers who speak warmly about the same institution. They represent a specific experience within a complex ecosystem, and any honest accounting of the show's writers' room history has to make room for multiple kinds of experience simultaneously. Section 17, the Apu Resolution, the Diversity Reckoning, and what Springfield looks like now. The Apu situation did not exist in isolation. It was part of a broader reckoning with representation and diversity that the entire entertainment industry was undertaking in the second half of the 2010s and the beginning of the 2020s, and The Simpsons' handling of its own reckoning is instructive precisely because the show is so large and so old that every choice it makes has enormous institutional implications. The changes that occurred in the aftermath of the Apu documentary were incremental and uneven. Azaria leaving the role was the most visible change, but the changes to the writer's room were arguably more consequential in the long run because they addressed the source of the representation issues rather than just their most visible symptom. The show has made genuine efforts to diversify its writing staff. The demographic composition of the room in recent seasons is substantially different from what it was in the show's first decade. The voices contributing to how Springfield is imagined and depicted now include perspectives that were absent when the show began. Whether this change has produced meaningfully different storytelling is a matter of debate among the show's fans. Some argue that the later seasons show evidence of a wider range of cultural perspectives being brought to bear on the show's material. Others argue that the show's format and institutional culture are so established that new voices are absorbed into the existing framework rather than transforming it. Both positions probably have merit. The show's format is very established. The kind of radical reinvention that would fully reflect a changed creative team is not easily achieved within a long-running show that has 36 years of audience expectations to navigate. But incremental change is still change, and the incremental changes in who is in the room are more likely to produce authentic representation over time than the absence of those changes. The specific question of how Springfield should look going forward, which characters should receive more development, which stereotypes should be retired, which new characters might reflect contemporary American demographics more fully, is one the show is still working through. Springfield, as originally conceived, was a particular slice of America, white, working to middle class, Midwestern in affect if not in geography. The supporting cast included characters from various ethnic and cultural backgrounds, but the show's center of gravity was the Simpson family and their immediate environment, which reflected the specific demographic reality of the writer's room that created them. A more diverse writer's room produces a more diverse Springfield naturally, because writers write from their experience, and their writers write about the people and communities they know. The challenge for a show this old is integrating that newer diversity into an established world without it feeling like an addition bolted onto an existing structure. The Simpsons is still trying to figure out how to do this. The attempts are visible in recent seasons. The success rate is, as with most things the show attempts in its later run, inconsistent. What is clear is that the show's relationship with questions of representation has changed permanently as a result of the Apu situation. The documentary forced a reckoning that could not be unhad. The questions it raised about who makes the show, who voices the show, and whose experience is reflected in the show are now part of how the show is discussed and evaluated in ways they were not before 2017. Whether the show has answered those questions satisfactorily depends on what you believe the answers require. The changes that have been made are real. They may or may not be sufficient. The conversation continues. Section 18, Springfield and September 11th, a city changed by an event it never mentions. On the morning of the 11th of September 2001, 19 terrorists killed nearly 3,000 people in New York City, Washington, D.C., and a field in Pennsylvania. The event changed American culture in ways that were immediate and visible, and in ways that were slower and more subtle, and that the culture is still working through 23 years later. The Simpsons' relationship with September 11th is interesting because of how much it is marked by absence. The show did not produce a September 11th episode. It did not incorporate the events of that morning into Springfield's reality the way that some shows did. It acknowledged the attacks only through the decision not to air the New York episode, and through the changes that everyone in America was making to their approach to public life and public humor in the immediate aftermath. This decision, the decision not to engage directly with September 11th in the show's narrative, was consistent with the show's general practice of operating in a floating timeline that is not specifically anchored to current events. but it also reflected a specific judgment about the limits of what the show could do with something that profound and that recent and that real. The show that had been making jokes about nuclear power plant safety violations and billionaire contempt for human life for 12 years was suddenly operating in a cultural context where a real mass casualty event had occurred and where the space for certain kinds of dark comedy had temporarily compressed. The recalibration happened across all of American comedy, not just at The Simpsons, as performers and writers tried to figure out where the lines were in a changed landscape. The Simpsons navigated this by essentially not navigating it. By maintaining its established register, its satirical distance, its Springfield-specific concerns, and by trusting that the audience understood that the show existed in a fictional world that was in conversation with America, but not identical to it. Later seasons have made references to post-September 11th security culture, to the broader shift in American political culture that the attacks produced, to the wars that followed. These references have generally been handled in the show's characteristic satirical mode, as objects of observation and commentary rather than as direct engagement with the tragedy itself. The absence at the center of this, the direct September 11th episode that was never made, is in some ways the most telling thing about the show's relationship with the event. Some things are too large for Springfield to absorb without breaking the show's fundamental reality. September 11th was one of them. The show's strength has always been its ability to use Springfield as a proxy for America. To take American anxieties, American failures, American contradictions, and translate them into Springfield terms where they can be examined through the protective distance of fiction and comedy. September 11th resisted this translation. It was too specific, too raw, too directly devastating to the real place the show was a proxy for. So the show stepped around it. And the step continues to be visible, a gap in the show's engagement with American history that corresponds exactly to the shape of the thing it couldn't touch. Section 19. The question of legacy, what 36 years actually means. We have spent a considerable amount of time going through scandals and controversies and disputes and departures and lawsuits and negotiations and banned episodes and celebrity feuds and all of the institutional drama that accumulates around a show when it runs long enough to touch every aspect of the culture it's examining. It is worth stepping back and asking what all of it means when taken together. What does 36 years of a show produce, in terms of legacy, when that show has generated this much controversy alongside this much creative achievement? The honest answer is that the controversies and the creative achievement are not separate things. They are expressions of the same fact. A show this ambitious, this sharp, this willing to engage with American culture at its ugliest and funniest and most hypocritical is going to generate both remarkable work and remarkable conflict. The same qualities that produce the former tend to produce the latter. The Apu situation happened because the show had been committed enough to specific character work to build Apu into a genuinely complex figure, and because that commitment had been operating within a blind spot about the harm the character caused. The blind spot and the commitment are the same thing seen from different angles. The Sam Simon situation happened because the show required someone of extraordinary creative intensity to build its foundation, and extraordinary creative intensity in a writer's room environment tends to produce exactly the interpersonal cost that Simon's tenure produced. You cannot have one without the other in most cases. The voice actor negotiations happened because the show had become valuable enough that the people central to its value could claim their share of it. The value and the negotiations are inseparable. The Michael Jackson episode situation happened because the show was ambitious and adventurous and willing to do things that no other show would have done, including secretly recording a contribution from the most famous person in the world and building an entire episode around it. The same ambition that produced the episode also made the episode impossible to anticipate fully in all its implications. The controversies, in other words, are a side effect of the greatness. A show that never took risks would never have generated any of these situations. A show that pulled its punches on political and cultural commentary would never have gone to war with Fox News. A show that played it safe with its characters would never have created Apu or Homer or Ned Flanders or any of the complex, specific, sometimes problematic figures who make Springfield the strange and resonant place it is. The legacy of The Simpsons is inseparable from its controversies, because the controversies are evidence of the show's seriousness. of its genuine engagement with the culture it was examining, of the fact that it was doing something real, something with stakes, something that affected how people understood themselves and their world in ways that generated both affection and conflict. A show that doesn't generate conflict is not examining anything worth examining. Springfield is still there. Homer is still at the plant. The water is still probably contaminated. Mr. Burns is still somehow alive. Bart is still 10 years old. Lisa is still 8, still playing her saxophone, still asking questions nobody wants to answer, and Maggie is still watching, still silent, still carrying whatever it is she's been carrying behind that enormous stare for 36 years. Waiting for the right moment, or maybe just watching the show breathe in and out, scandal by scandal and episode by episode, the longest-running argument in American television history about what we are and what we've done and why we can't seem to stop watching ourselves do it. That's the show. That's the scandals. That's Springfield. Get some sleep. It'll all still be there when you wake up. It always is. Thanks for spending this time in Springfield with us. If you made it this far, or if you're just waking up and catching the last few minutes, drop a comment with where you're watching from. It means a lot to see where these things travel. Sweet dreams. Section 20. The Merchandise Empire. How Springfield became a retail store the size of America. Before we talk about where the Simpsons merchandise scandals land in the show's broader story, we need to understand what the merchandise situation actually looked like at its peak. Because the scale of it was genuinely staggering, and the way it grew from a small animation licensing deal into one of the most profitable entertainment merchandising operations in history is a story about corporate appetite and creative exploitation that the show itself would have had an opinion about if the show had been inclined to have opinions about things that were making its corporate parent billions of dollars. When The Simpsons debuted in December of 1989, Fox had a standard licensing operation for the show's characters. This was the normal thing for a television property with potential appeal to young audiences. T-shirts, posters, maybe a lunchbox. The kind of mass-produced merchandise that studios push through mall stores and catalog retailers and the novelty sections of department stores that have since been replaced by the internet. What Fox and the show's producers did not anticipate was the speed and totality with which the Simpsons brand would escape from these planned channels and colonize every available surface in American commercial life. By 1991, the show's second full season, The Simpsons had become the biggest entertainment merchandise operation in history. The number of licensed products bearing the family's image had exceeded 10,000 distinct items. 10,000 separate products. From Bart Simpson underwear to Homer Simpson beer mugs to Maggie Simpson plush toys to Simpsons-branded everything you can imagine and several things you couldn't. The revenue from merchandise in those early years exceeded the revenue from the show itself. The broadcast rights, the advertising sold against the episodes, the syndication deals, all of it added up to significant money. But the t-shirts and the lunchboxes and the action figures and the Halloween costumes added up to more, a lot more. The problem with this success, and it was a problem that would generate a sustained series of conflicts across the show's early years, was that the people who had created the characters, specifically Matt Groening, had a contractual arrangement with Fox that gave the network broad rights to commercialize the show's characters in ways that Groening found excessive and often objectionable. Groening has been publicly critical of specific merchandise decisions throughout the show's history. He objected to certain products he found aesthetically ugly. He objected to licensing arrangements that placed the characters in commercial contexts he felt were inappropriate. He objected to the use of Bart Simpson's image to sell things that he felt were contrary to the character's identity or the show's spirit. His ability to influence these decisions varied depending on the specific contractual arrangements governing each category of merchandise and on how willing Fox was to accommodate his objections in any given situation. Sometimes he won the argument, often he did not. The Bart Simpson underachiever merchandise is the most famous example of this dynamic. The t-shirts with slogans promoting Bart's attitude of deliberate underperformance were enormously popular with the audience of kids and teenagers, who found the attitude appealing and enormously controversial with parents, educators, and cultural commentators who felt the shirts promoted exactly the wrong message about education and effort. Groening's position on this was complicated. He was proud of having created a character who challenged authority and questioned the value of certain kinds of institutional compliance. He was less enthusiastic about having that character's image used to sell mass-produced garments to 12-year-olds in a way that was primarily about commercial exploitation of a cultural moment rather than any coherent statement about American education. Fox's position was simpler. The shirts were selling in extraordinary quantities. They were generating significant revenue. The controversy around them was generating publicity that was itself generating more revenue. The shirts stayed in production. The tension between Groening's artistic integrity and Fox's commercial interests over the merchandise empire has never been fully resolved. It has been managed, accommodated, occasionally negotiated, and mostly absorbed into the general condition of having created something whose commercial success was too large to control. The show made this tension explicit in its content multiple times. Episodes about corporate exploitation of the show, within the show, about the way Krusty the Clown's brand was licensed onto products of dubious quality and safety, about the relationship between commercial success and creative integrity. All of these drew directly on the merchandise reality the show was living inside. The most pointed of these was a 1,992 episode called Bart Gets Famous, which follows Bart as he becomes a celebrity based on a single catchphrase, "I didn't do it," and then watches his celebrity evaporate as quickly as it arrived when the public moves on. The episode is a sophisticated piece of satire about the way American commercial culture creates and discards celebrities, and it is almost certainly a reflection of what the show's creators were observing about their own situation in the merchandise explosion of the early 1990s. The merchandise empire has changed substantially from its peak. The kind of mass-market retail saturation that characterized the early 1990s is not replicable in the contemporary retail landscape, which is more fragmented and more digital. But the Simpsons licensing operation continues to generate significant revenue, and the tensions between commercial exploitation and creative integrity that characterize the merchandise years remain embedded in the show's institutional DNA. The Bart Simpson t-shirt that started the elementary school bandwave in 1990 is somewhere in a thrift store right now, waiting for someone to buy it as irony. The fact that the irony is now layered differently than it was 34 years ago, that the underachiever and proud of it slogan carries different weight in a different cultural moment, is one of the more interesting demonstrations of how time changes everything except the merchandise. Section 21. The Simpsons and Religion. The controversy that never quite detonated. For a show that has featured God as a speaking character, that has depicted heaven and hell as physical locations, that has used religious institutions as recurring targets for satire, that has given its most prominent, overtly religious character a backstory that amounts to a psychological diagnosis of religious devotion as a coping mechanism, The Simpsons has had a surprisingly limited history of actual religious controversy. This is not because the show has been subtle about religion. The show has not been subtle about religion. From the very first seasons, The Simpsons used Springfield's church and its minister, Reverend Lovejoy, as observations about the way American Protestant Christianity functions as social institution rather than spiritual community. Lovejoy is bored. His congregation is going through the motions. The spiritual content of the services is minimal compared to the social obligation of attendance. The show has been making this observation since 1989 and has never substantially softened it. Homer's relationship with God is one of the most interesting religious portraits in American entertainment history, precisely because the show takes it seriously enough to be specific about it. Homer believes in God, he has conversations with God, God appears to him. The relationship is treated as real within the show's universe rather than as metaphor. And the relationship is portrayed with a combination of warmth and absurdity that manages to simultaneously affirm the reality of Homer's faith and observe the ways in which his particular expression of it is incompatible with the formal religious structures of Springfield. The episode Homer the Heretic, which we have mentioned previously, is perhaps the show's most sustained engagement with questions of religious faith and practice, and it handles those questions with more care and more genuine insight than most dramatic treatments of religion on American television. Homer's decision to worship God at home, in his underwear, watching football, instead of attending church, is not presented as a rejection of faith but as a return to something more personally authentic. And the episode's conclusion, in which Homer's house catches fire and he is saved by his neighbors, including Ned Flanders, and in which God tells Homer that he sent those neighbors as a way of answering Homer's prayers, treats Homer's unconventional faith as genuinely received and genuinely answered. This is sophisticated religious writing. It is also writing that takes positions that many Americans would find controversial. The idea that attending church is more about social conformity than spiritual engagement, that one's relationship with God is more authentic when it is personal and unmediated by religious institution, that the specific forms of Protestant worship are largely social rather than spiritual, these are not positions that would be accepted without protest in large parts of the American religious landscape. The reason these positions generated less controversy than might be expected is partly a matter of the show's overall tone and partly a matter of the specific time it was making these arguments. The early 1990s in American evangelical culture were not yet the period of organized media monitoring and coordinated protest campaigns that would develop later in the decade. The infrastructure for religious groups to respond collectively to entertainment content that they found objectionable was less developed than it would later become. When organized religious response to entertainment content did become a more prominent feature of American cultural politics in the mid-1990s, The Simpsons was sometimes included in the criticism but rarely featured as a primary target. Shows that more directly and explicitly targeted evangelical Christianity as a cultural movement tended to draw more organized fire. The Simpsons' approach, which was more interested in observing the sociology of American religion than in attacking any specific theological position, was apparently less threatening to religious advocacy groups than material that more directly challenged belief. Ned Flanders has been one of the more interesting objects of religious commentary about the show over the years. Evangelical Christian media has had an ambivalent relationship with Ned Flanders since the character's introduction. He is, on one reading, a positive representation of Christian character, a genuinely kind and generous person whose faith motivates real goodness. On another reading, as we have discussed, he is a portrait of how religious devotion can function as a psychological defense mechanism against repressed rage, a reading that implies something disturbing about the relationship between Christian niceness and the emotional authenticity underlying it. The same character can support both readings, which is perhaps the most interesting thing about him. The show did not set out to create a one-dimensional religious caricature and did not. It created a specific person whose faith is real and whose psychology is complicated, and the question of whether that portrait is ultimately respectful or critical of religious devotion is one that reasonable people continue to debate. The religious controversy that the show did manage to generate most consistently was not about the depiction of American Protestant Christianity, it was about the depiction of other religions. The Apu situation was partly a religious representation issue as well as a racial one. Hinduism, as depicted in the show through Apu's character, was a target for some of the same criticism as Apu's ethnic representation, with specific concerns about whether the show treated Hindu religious practices with the same seriousness and complexity that it brought to Christian practice. The honest answer is probably that it did not, that the show's engagement with Hinduism was more surface level than its engagement with the Protestant Christianity it had been satirizing since its first season, and that this imbalance reflected both the demographic composition of the writer's room and the audience that the show was primarily imagining when it made its creative choices. The show's depiction of Judaism, through the character of Krusty the Clown and through a smaller number of other Jewish characters, has been the subject of some discussion, though generally less heated than the Apu conversation. Krusty's Jewishness is treated as a genuine part of his character, something that informs his comedy and his psychology and his complicated relationship with his rabbi father. The episodes that engage with this aspect of his character are generally treated as among the show's more thoughtful explorations of ethnic and religious identity in America. The religious controversies that the show has mostly avoided are the ones that would have come from a more direct and sustained attack on religious belief itself rather than on religious institutions and practice. The show has been critical of churches without being particularly critical of God. It has been skeptical of organized religion without being dismissive of personal faith. Homer's belief is treated as real and worthy of respect. The religious institution that is supposed to nurture that belief is treated as a sociological phenomenon with all the limitations of any human institution. This distinction, which is not a subtle one in the show's actual content, but which gets overlooked in broad characterizations of the show as anti-religion, is probably the reason the show has generated less organized religious opposition than its content might seem to warrant. The show is not trying to argue that God doesn't exist. It's trying to argue that the social institution of organized religion has a complex and often compromised relationship with the spiritual impulses it claims to serve. That's a critique that many religious people share, including apparently Homer Simpson, who would prefer to worship in his underwear while watching football and whose God is apparently fine with this arrangement. Section 22. The couch gag's small controversies in a very small space. The couch gag is one of the most consistently creative elements in The Simpsons' production history, and it has generated its own minor category of controversy over the years, not because any single couch gag was particularly scandalous, but because the cumulative choices made in designing and selecting them tell a story about the show's relationship with outside artists, with its own creative limits, and with the question of who gets to add their vision to Springfield's landscape. The couch gag is the brief animated sequence at the end of the show's opening credits, in which the Simpson family runs to their couch to watch television. In the earliest seasons, these sequences were simple variations on the same basic action. The family runs in, something goes wrong or funny happens, the scene cuts to the show. The gag was a placeholder, a way of making the credits feel different each week without requiring significant creative investment. Over time, the couch gag evolved into something much more ambitious. Directors and animators began using the space to attempt things that could not fit within the show's main narrative. Extended surrealist sequences, elaborate parodies of other animated shows, production numbers. The couch gag became, for a certain stripe of Simpsons viewer, the most anticipated part of any given episode. The invitation of outside artists to design couch gags added another dimension. Banksy, the anonymous street artist, was invited to design a couch gag in 2010 that was widely discussed because of its dark content. The sequence depicted the Simpsons animation production process as sweatshop labor, with workers and children performing miserable manual tasks in conditions suggesting exploitation while the show's products were packaged and shipped around the world. The gag ended with a unicorn being used to punch holes in DVD packaging. The couch gag was visually striking and its subject matter was uncomfortable, coming as it did from an artist whose entire identity was built on subverting commercial culture from within its own spaces. Banksy had done exactly this with The Simpsons couch gag, using the show's own production and distribution context as the subject of a critique of that production and distribution context. Fox apparently had concerns about the gag before it aired. The show's producers had invited Banksy to create it, but the specific content, which included fairly pointed suggestions about labor exploitation in the entertainment industry's Asian outsourcing chains, was not something Fox was necessarily eager to broadcast. The negotiations around whether to air the gag as produced were reportedly significant. It aired as produced, and it was discussed for weeks. The controversy was small by the standards of some of the major institutional scandals in the show's history. Nobody sued. Nobody was fired. Fox grumbled and let it go. But the Banksy couch gag is notable as one of the clearest examples in the show's history of a moment when an outside voice used the show's own platform to make an argument about the show's own context, and when the show's institutional response was to let it happen. Whether this was a sign of the show's genuine commitment to creative freedom or simply a calculation that preventing the couch gag from airing would generate worse publicity than running, it is impossible to determine from the public record. Probably both. The subsequent use of outside artists for couch gags has produced a consistent minor controversy category around the question of creative credit and compensation. When the show invites an established artist or animator to contribute a couch gag, the specific terms of that invitation, the compensation, the credit, the ownership of the material created, have been handled with varying degrees of transparency and generosity. Artists who have contributed couch gags have occasionally spoken about the experience in ways that suggest the compensation and credit arrangements were less generous than the show's profile might have led them to expect. This is a smaller version of the same dynamic that governed the Sam Simon situation and the Tracy Ullman situation. The show and Fox have more institutional power than individual contributing artists, and the terms of collaboration tend to reflect that power differential. The couch gag invitations are genuinely prestigious. The material conditions of those invitations are not always as generous as the prestige suggests they should be. The couch gags have also generated occasional controversy for content that the show's producers chose and that generated unexpected reactions. A 2023 couch gag that referenced specific current events in ways that some viewers found tone-deaf or inappropriate was briefly viral before being absorbed into the general discourse about what the show's responsibilities are in addressing current events. The couch gag controversies are small. They tend not to generate the kind of sustained institutional response that larger scandals require, but they are, taken together, a microcosm of the show's larger institutional dynamics. Outside voices invited in, then sometimes not treated as well as they should be. Creative ambition given a specific narrow space to operate in, and then sometimes generating results that exceed what the institution expected and that create discomfort. The gap between the show's creative ambitions and its institutional behavior, apparent in so many larger contexts, is also visible in the 30 seconds before the episode begins. Section 23. The Simpsons in the Streaming Age New Platform, Old Controversies. When Disney acquired most of Fox's entertainment assets in 2019, one of the more unexpected consequences was that The Simpsons, a Fox broadcasting show, ended up as part of the Disney empire, available on the Disney Plus streaming platform alongside Frozen and The Little Mermaid and every other piece of content one would associate with the word Disney, before learning that the company had bought a show featuring a man whose job title is Safety Inspector at a Facility, described as one of the most dangerous industrial facilities in the history of fiction. The incongruity was immediately noticed and commented on extensively. Disney's brand, built on family-friendly content and a carefully maintained image of wholesome entertainment, was now sharing a platform with a show that had spent 30 years making jokes about nuclear contamination, corporate malfeasance, alcoholism, and the systematic failure of American civic institutions. Homer Simpson and Mickey Mouse were now technically co-workers. The specific controversy that emerged from Disney Plus's handling of The Simpsons archive was a technical one that revealed something real about how streaming platforms can quietly alter the content they're distributing. When Disney Plus first launched its Simpsons catalog, it did so in a widescreen format. The Simpsons' earlier seasons had been produced in a 4:3 aspect ratio, the squarish format that was standard for television before the transition to widescreen. The show, like most television of its era, had been composed for that ratio, meaning that the specific placement of visual elements within each frame was calibrated for 4:3, and the entire visual grammar of those early episodes assumes that aspect ratio. Disney Plus cropped the 4:3 footage to fit a 16:9 widescreen display. The result was that the top and bottom of the original frame were cut off, and in numerous scenes across hundreds of episodes, visual jokes, character expressions, background details, and occasionally key plot elements that had been composed into the lower or upper portion of the frame were simply not visible in the Disney Plus version. The most frequently cited example was from an early episode where the humor of a specific scene depends entirely on a visual element that appears at the bottom of the frame and which was simply absent in the cropped version. Fans noticed this quickly, documented it extensively, and the story spread across every entertainment publication and technology outlet that covered streaming. Disney eventually responded by adding the option to view the early seasons in their original 4:3 ratio. The implementation of this option was somewhat awkward and required viewers to actively choose the original format rather than having it set as default for episodes that had been produced for that ratio. But the option was made available, which was an acknowledgement that the cropping had been a mistake and that the content's original integrity mattered. The aspect ratio situation was a relatively minor technical controversy, but it was symbolically significant for two reasons. First, it illustrated how streaming platforms can alter cultural artifacts in ways that are not immediately visible to most consumers and that require active, technically informed attention to detect. The Simpsons' early seasons as they exist on Disney Plus are not the same as those episodes as they were broadcast, and most people watching them will never know this. Second, it illustrated the kind of institutional carelessness that can occur when content transitions between corporate owners. Fox had maintained The Simpsons archive for 30 years, with practices developed specifically for the show. Disney acquired the archive along with everything else in the Fox Entertainment deal and apparently handled the streaming conversion without the level of specific attention that 30 years of carefully produced television content deserved. The widescreen cropping situation was fixed, but it raised the question of what other alterations might have been made to the archive in the transition to streaming. Alterations less immediately visible than a formatting change, modifications to audio or color or content that would be harder to detect and document. The broader question of how the streaming transition has affected The Simpsons' relationship with its audience is one that matters beyond the technical details. The show was built for broadcast television, for a specific viewing experience with specific commercial interruptions, and a specific relationship between the viewer's attention and the episode's pacing. Streaming changes all of this. The ability to skip episodes, to rewatch scenes immediately, to consume the show's entire history in non-linear order, creates a relationship with the material that is fundamentally different from the relationship that the creators intended. Whether this matters creatively is debatable. The show's comedy doesn't depend on experiencing episodes in a specific sequence. The emotional continuity of the show's character relationships is not significantly disrupted by non-linear viewing. The Simpsons is built for its individual episodes to be accessible without deep knowledge of the preceding canon, which makes it well-suited to the kind of non-linear streaming consumption that the Disney Plus era has enabled. What the streaming era has done, perhaps most significantly, is made the entire archive intelligently and permanently accessible in a way that it never was during the broadcast era. An episode from 1991 and an episode from 2024 exist on the same platform in the same format with the same interface. The distance between the show's peak and its present is collapsed into a single scrollable catalog. This accessibility has produced both positive and complicated effects. It has allowed new generations of viewers to discover the early seasons in a way that broadcast scheduling and syndication randomness never fully permitted. It has also made the contrast between the show's different eras more immediately visible than it was when the early seasons existed, primarily in syndication, and the newer episodes were what you saw if you watched the show on Sunday nights. The debate about the show's quality decline is not new. It has been happening since the late 1990s. But streaming has given that debate a specific object to point to, a catalog where the early and late seasons sit side by side and where anyone who watches 2 or 3 episodes from each era in sequence can form their own view of the distance between them. Section 24. The Writers' Strike and Springfield's Part in it. In 2023, the Writers Guild of America went on strike against the major Hollywood studios and streaming platforms. The strike lasted 148 days and was the longest WGA work stoppage in decades. It was, by most assessments, a successful strike, producing a contract that included meaningful gains on residual payments for streaming, minimum staffing levels for writers' rooms, and restrictions on the use of artificial intelligence to replace or diminish the work of human writers. The Simpsons was directly affected by the strike. Production on new episodes was suspended for the duration, and the show's schedule was adjusted to accommodate the absence of new content. This was unremarkable in the sense that it affected every scripted show produced by a WGA employer, which is to say essentially all of them. What was somewhat remarkable was the context that the strike created for thinking about The Simpsons specifically, because the issues at the center of the strike, streaming residuals and AI, were issues that connected directly to the show's specific situation. On streaming residuals, The Simpsons' move to Disney Plus had made it available in a format where the writers of those early episodes were receiving streaming residual payments determined by contracts written before streaming existed and before Disney owned Fox. The residual structure for streaming in the pre-strike landscape was broadly acknowledged to be inadequate, and The Simpsons' 36 years of archive content was exactly the kind of material that was being watched extensively on streaming platforms, while its creators were compensated according to rates designed for a different distribution model. On AI, The Simpsons had been, for years, associated with the uncanny predictive quality of its writing. The idea that the show had somehow anticipated future events was, as we discussed in the theory section, primarily attributable to the volume of content produced and the confirmation bias in what gets remembered. But the AI context introduced a new dimension to the show's relationship with prediction. AI language models had been trained on enormous corpora of text, including, almost certainly, Simpsons scripts and transcripts and commentary. The show's writing, its specific approaches to satire and character and plot, had been absorbed into AI systems that were now being used by studios to generate content. The specific creative DNA of The Simpsons, the result of decades of talented human writers' labor, had become training data for systems that were now being proposed as partial replacements for those writers. The irony of this specific situation was not lost on people paying attention to it. The Simpsons had been one of the primary voices in American culture, satirizing the use of technology to replace human judgment and human skill. And now the show's own creative output was being used to train the technology that the studios were proposing to use to reduce their dependence on human writers. Whether any of the specific Simpsons writing that ended up in AI training data was compensated in a way that reflected its use is not publicly documented. The broader question of how creative workers should be compensated when their past work is used to train AI systems is one that the WGA strike addressed in principle, establishing some initial guardrails, and that the entertainment industry and creative labor movement will continue to negotiate for years. The Simpsons, as both a product of the writers whose labor was being contested and as one of the most prominent examples of the kind of human creative work that AI was being proposed to replicate, sits in an interesting position relative to the strike and its underlying issues. The show has always been, at its best, a product of human intelligence in its specific cultural context, of writers who understood America well enough to observe it clearly and love it enough to be brutal about its failures. The argument that a language model could produce an equivalent output is the kind of argument that the show itself would have satirized. The strike ended. Production resumed. The show continued. The questions the strike raised about AI and creative labor are still open. The show will encounter them again, probably sooner than anyone involved in making it would prefer. Section 25. The final controversies. What the show gets wrong about getting it right. There is a specific genre of Simpsons episode that has become more prominent in the later seasons, and that has generated its own category of critical controversy. The episode that apologizes. The episode that acknowledges a criticism of the show and uses that acknowledgement as its own form of deflection. The APU response episode, which we discussed, is the most prominent example, but it is not the only one. The show has produced several episodes over the years in which it turns a critical lens on itself, acknowledges concerns that have been raised about its content or practices, and uses the acknowledgement to preempt deeper engagement with those concerns. This strategy is not unique to The Simpsons. Many long-running shows have used self-referential acknowledgement as a form of criticism management, and it can be done well. Good self-criticism in comedy is one of the hardest things to achieve because it requires genuine vulnerability alongside the comedic instinct to diffuse that vulnerability with a laugh. The criticism of the way The Simpsons does this in its later seasons is that the acknowledgement frequently substitutes for the change. The show notes the concern, makes a joke about how difficult it is to address the concern, and then continues more or less as before. The critique has been metabolized as content without producing substantive response. The Lisa breaks, the fourth wall moment in the APU response episode is the clearest example of this. Some things will be addressed at a later date, if at all, is a genuinely funny line. It is also a line that accurately describes the show's actual response to the situation, which makes it less a satire of institutional evasion and more a direct statement of institutional intention dressed in satirical clothing. The cleverness of this approach is also its limitation. The Simpsons at its best uses comedy to illuminate uncomfortable truths. When the uncomfortable truth being illuminated is a criticism of the show itself, and when the illumination serves primarily to diffuse the criticism rather than engage with it, the comedy is doing something slightly less honorable than it normally does. The show's writers are clearly aware of this critique. The later seasons are full of moments that suggest a sophisticated awareness of the show's own limitations and contradictions. But awareness and response are different things, and the show's track record of converting awareness into substantive change is mixed. This is not an entirely fair criticism. Substantive change in a 36-year-old institutional show with hundreds of stakeholders and enormous financial pressures is genuinely difficult. The constraints that prevent easy change are real. The acknowledgement that change is needed, even when that acknowledgement is performed through comedy, is better than the alternative of not acknowledging it. But the gap between the show's self-awareness and its actual behavior is itself a subject worth examining, because it mirrors something the show has been pointing at in its satire for 36 years. The gap between what people know and what they do, between the awareness that something is wrong and the action required to address it, between the comfortable acknowledgement of a problem and the difficult work of solving it. Springfield is a town full of people who know things are wrong and choose not to act on that knowledge. The residents are aware of the nuclear plant. They are aware of Burns's corruption. They are aware of the water. They choose the comfortable lie because the uncomfortable truth requires too much of them. The show that has been anatomizing this gap for 36 years is subject to the same dynamic in its own institutional life. It knows what it has gotten wrong. It acknowledges this knowledge, and then it chooses the version of response that is most compatible with continuing as it has been. This is not a condemnation, it is an observation. The show is a human institution, which means it is subject to the same limitations as every human institution, including the one between the clarity of self-knowledge and the difficulty of self-change. The controversies we have spent the past several hours discussing are not a verdict on the show. They are a record of its engagement with the culture it has been examining for longer than most of its audience has been alive. Every scandal contains evidence of the show's ambition. Every controversy reflects the consequences of that ambition. Every failure to respond adequately to a legitimate criticism demonstrates the same institutional gravity that the show has spent decades pointing at in everyone else. The Simpsons is not innocent. It is not corrupt. It is not redeemable. It is not irredeemable. It is a complex institution that has done remarkable work and made significant mistakes, and is still doing both simultaneously. Every season, every episode, every couch gag, which is, when you think about it, exactly what you'd expect from a show about a family in a town that has been unable to decide whether to confront its own reality for 36 years. The show and Springfield are the same thing, not metaphorically, in the deepest sense of the word, which is that both of them are arrangements of human choices under institutional pressure. Both of them are trying to figure out how to be good in a context that makes being good harder than it should be, and both of them are more successful at this project in some moments than others. The scandals are the moments when the difficulty is most visible. The great episodes are the moments when something genuine breaks through despite it. Both kinds of moments are part of what it means to make something that lasts. Section 26. Harry Shearer vs. Fox, the extended version of the story. Let's go back to Harry Shearer for a moment, because the story is richer and more layered than the summary we gave earlier, and the fuller version of it reveals something important about how the show's internal power dynamics have evolved over 36 years. Harry Shearer is not, by any measure, a simple figure in the Simpsons story. He is an extraordinary talent whose presence on the show has been a consistent source of its most specific and resonant performances. But he is also a person with strong opinions about the conditions of his employment and a willingness to express those opinions publicly that has occasionally created difficulties for the show's institutional management. Before The Simpsons, Shearer was known primarily for his work on Saturday Night Live, where he had appeared in 2 separate stints, and for his role in the classic mockumentary This Is Spinal Tap, which he co-wrote and co-starred in, and which remains one of the most influential comedy films ever made. His Simpsons work came alongside a continued active career in other areas, including a long-running radio and internet project called Le Show, a weekly audio program that he has produced and hosted for decades. Le Show is relevant to the 2015 contract dispute in several ways. It is an ongoing commitment that requires regular production. It has a dedicated audience that depends on Shearer's consistent availability, and it represents exactly the kind of outside voice work that the exclusivity provisions in Shearer's Simpsons contract were designed to limit. Shearer's position, expressed in the public communications around the 2015 dispute, was that the exclusivity provisions were not just commercially limiting but creatively limiting. that they prevented him from pursuing the range of projects that defined his professional identity and that made him the specific kind of performer that The Simpsons had wanted to hire in the first place. This argument has some force. The qualities that made Shearer valuable to The Simpsons, his range, his versatility, his specific intellectual and satirical sensibility, were developed through a career that encompassed many different kinds of work. Restricting that work through broad exclusivity provisions would, over time, reduce the diversity of experience that produced those qualities. Fox's response to this argument was essentially that this was the standard condition of employment for principal cast members, and that making an exception for Shearer would require offering similar exceptions to others, which would compound the restrictions on the show's ability to manage its talent relationships. Both arguments are reasonable within their own logic. The resolution that was reached apparently found some middle ground, though the specifics of what was modified in Shearer's contract were not disclosed. What the Shearer situation added to the broader picture of the show's talent management practices was a specific example of how the exclusivity provisions functioned as a tool of institutional control beyond their stated purpose of protecting the show's intellectual property. An exclusivity clause that prevents voice actors from doing outside voice work is not primarily about preventing the audience from associating the performer's voices with other characters. It is about ensuring that the performer's professional availability is substantially tied to the show, that leaving would require giving up a significant portion of their ability to work in their primary professional capacity. This is a more aggressive form of institutional lock-in than a simple first-look deal or a right of refusal arrangement. It effectively makes the show the primary employer of the principal cast in a way that limits their professional alternatives, which limits their leverage in future negotiations, which is probably why Fox maintained it despite the complications it created. Shearer's willingness to go public with the dispute was, within this context, an unusual assertion of individual leverage against institutional control. He named the dispute. He described his conditions. He made clear that he was prepared to leave. This changed the dynamic from a private negotiation to a public one, and public negotiations are harder for the more powerful party to manage because the institutional reputation becomes part of the cost. Fox and the show's producers were not going to publicly defend the use of exclusivity provisions as tools of institutional control. They were going to have to find a way to accommodate Shearer's core concern or face the public narrative that they had lost one of the show's irreplaceable talents over a contractual provision that prevented him from doing his radio show. They found a way, as they always had, as the economics required. The 2015 situation was probably the closest the show came to losing a principal cast member under circumstances that would have been undeniably damaging to the show's creative identity. The voice actor negotiations of 1998 and 2004 and 2011 were collective, and the leverage ran in both directions. The Shearer situation was individual, and the specific leverage was more clearly on his side, because the characters he voiced were more difficult to replace than any collective the full cast could have posed. Burns without Shearer, Flanders without Shearer, Smithers without Shearer. These are not recoverable propositions in any meaningful creative sense. The show could have continued. It would have been a different show, and the audience would have known it. Section 27. The question of Homer, the most controversial character in comedy. We have spent considerable time discussing controversies around specific episodes, specific characters, specific institutional practices. But the most sustained and interesting controversy in the show's history, the one that runs through every other controversy as an undertone, is the question of Homer Simpson himself. Homer Simpson is, by almost any objective measurement, a bad father. He is neglectful, self-absorbed, frequently dangerous to his own children through carelessness, and occasionally abusive in ways that the show plays for laughs. He strangles Bart. He forgets his children's names. He endangers his family through gross incompetence on a regular basis. He puts his own comfort and pleasure ahead of his family's welfare in ways that, in a realistic context, would be understood as the behavior of a man with serious parenting deficiencies. And he is one of the most beloved characters in television history. Audiences love Homer. They find him funny. They find him relatable. They forgive his failings in ways they would not forgive them in a real person. And they cheer for his successes with an enthusiasm that reflects genuine affection. The controversy this creates is not usually framed as a controversy, because the affection for Homer is so widespread that questioning it feels like being a spoilsport about something everyone enjoys. But the question of what it means that one of America's most beloved television characters is someone who would be considered an irresponsible and sometimes abusive parent in any realistic assessment of his behavior is a genuine, cultural question with no comfortable answer. The show's defense, and it is a valid one, is that Homer exists within a cartoon logic that signals to the audience that his behavior is not to be taken as realistic modeling. When Homer strangles Bart, the audience understands that this is a comedic exaggeration of parental frustration, not a depiction of actual child abuse. The cartoon context provides the protective frame that allows Homer's worst behavior to be comedic rather than disturbing. This defense is accurate as far as it goes. The show does provide this frame consistently, and the audience understands it. The humor of Homer strangling Bart depends on both parties understanding that the violence is theatrical rather than real. But the protective frame is not absolute, and the question of whether the consistent comedic framing of physical discipline as a parenting technique for Bart across hundreds of episodes has effects on how audiences understand that technique outside the cartoon context is not one the show has engaged with directly. This is a softer version of the same question raised by the Apu controversy. The harm being claimed is less specific, less directly documented, less easily attributed to the show's specific choices. But the question of whether 36 years of Homer's parenting, as a comedic template for understanding the frustrations of fatherhood, has any effect on what audiences consider normal or acceptable in real parenting situations is worth asking. The counter-argument, which is also valid, is that Homer is understood as a cautionary tale as much as an object of identification. Audiences love Homer the way they love any deeply flawed person who is nevertheless capable of genuine tenderness and real love. The love Homer has for his family is real within the show, and it coexists with his failings in a way that is, honestly, more true to how real people experience family relationships than a version of Homer who is simply a good father would be. People are complicated. They love badly. They hurt the people they love through selfishness and carelessness and simple incompetence. And they also love those people with a depth and sincerity that coexists with the failures. Homer Simpson represents this reality in an exaggerated form, and the exaggeration is why he's funny rather than simply sad. But exaggeration is a form of emphasis, not a form of distancing. When you exaggerate something, you don't make it seem less real. You make it seem more concentrated. And the concentrated version of Homer's parenting, across 788 episodes, is something that lives in the culture in ways that extend beyond the cartoon context in which it was created. The show has made Homer progressively more cartoonishly incompetent in later seasons, a decision that some critics see as protecting him from more serious scrutiny by making his failures so extreme as to be clearly unreal. Whether this was a conscious protective strategy or simply the natural escalation of a comedic premise across a very long run is unclear. What is clear is that Homer Simpson is the most examined father figure in American popular culture, and that the examination has been going on, without resolution, for 36 years. The controversies around his character are mostly not called controversies because they are baked into the show's premise rather than erupting as specific incidents. But the ongoing conversation about what Homer represents and what his popularity says about American culture is, in its own way, the show's most sustained controversy. He is us, or he represents something in us, or he allows us to experience something we recognize without having to own it fully. The question of which of these is true, and what the implications are, is one that criticism and scholarship and cultural conversation have been circling for decades without landing. The circling will continue. Homer will continue strangling Bart. Bart will continue being strangled. The audience will continue laughing. And somewhere in that loop, the thing that makes it funny and the thing that makes it uncomfortable are so thoroughly entangled that separating them would be the end of the joke. And that's what the Springfield archive looks like when you sit with it long enough. Scandals and stories and controversies layered on top of each other like geological strata, each one revealing something true about the show and about the culture that produced it and keeps producing it, season after season, episode after episode, couch gag after couch gag. If you're still awake, I hope some of this was worth the company. And if you drifted off somewhere around the merchandise empire, or the aspect ratio controversy, or the Homer as bad father section, that's fine too. Springfield will be here when you come back. Drop a comment with where in the world you're watching from and what time it is. It's one of the stranger small joys of making these things, finding out where they end up. Take care of yourself. Sleep well. And if you dream of Springfield, try not to drink the water. The cultural reckoning nobody asked for when The Simpsons became academia. Somewhere around the mid-1990s, The Simpsons stopped being just a television show and became an object of serious academic study. Philosophy professors assigned episodes to their classes. English departments began including the show in their syllabi. Cultural studies programs at universities that would have previously considered animated television beneath their notice were producing papers on the semiotics of Springfield, the political economy of the show's satire, the psychological architectures of its characters. This is relevant to any serious discussion of the show's controversies because the academic turn changed the context in which critical claims about the show were made and received. When a comedian like Hari Kondabolu made specific claims about the harm done by the Apu character, those claims arrived in a cultural environment that had already spent 2 decades producing rigorous frameworks for analyzing exactly the kind of representation issues he was raising. The documentary did not introduce ideas that were new to the Academy. It brought those ideas to a broader audience in a format that was accessible and personal and emotionally engaging rather than scholarly. The books came first. Several collections of philosophical and cultural essays on The Simpsons were published in the late 1990s and early 2000s, with titles suggesting the kind of interdisciplinary seriousness that academic publishing brings to popular subjects when those subjects are deemed significant enough to warrant it. The Simpsons and Philosophy appeared in 2001. The Psychology of The Simpsons appeared in 2006. These were not pop culture novelty books. They were genuine scholarly texts that applied serious critical frameworks to the show's content, and that were assigned in university courses and cited in academic journals. The show's response to its own academicization was characteristically self-referential. Episodes parodied the very type of critical engagement that academics were directing at the show. Characters would occasionally offer literary or philosophical references that seemed to be winking at the audience members who had read about the show's cultural significance. The writer's room was aware of the scholarship and was, in its particular way, commenting on it. This self-awareness raised a specific controversy in academic circles about whether a show that was this conscious of its own critical reception was actually doing something new, or whether it was simply performing the appearance of depth for an audience that had been told the show was deep. The argument, made by several cultural critics in the early 2000s, was that The Simpsons' literary and cultural references were essentially decorative, that they created the impression of intellectual substance without requiring the audience to engage with those references in any meaningful way. This criticism has force in certain respects. A show that makes a Pynchon reference or a Borges joke is not the same as a show that actually engages with what Pynchon or Borges was doing in their work. The reference creates a signal of cultural awareness without necessarily transmitting the intellectual content that makes the referenced work significant. The defenders of the show's intellectual depth argued that the specific mode of engagement appropriate to a half-hour primetime comedy is different from the mode appropriate to literary fiction, and that holding the show to a standard designed for a different form is a category error. The show uses cultural references the way a good conversationalist uses them, to establish shared context, to economically introduce ideas that would take much longer to develop from scratch, to reward attentive and well-read audience members with a specific pleasure of recognition, while remaining accessible to audience members who don't catch the reference. This argument is also defensible. The debate between them is ultimately unresolvable, because it involves different assumptions about what television comedy is supposed to do and who it is supposed to do it for. What the academicization of the show did produce, fairly concretely, was a body of critical literature that became available to anyone making arguments about the show's relationship to culture, representation, politics, and social structure. When the Apu controversy arrived in 2017, there were decades of academic analysis of representation in American entertainment available to inform the conversation. When questions about the show's political implications are raised, there is a robust scholarly literature on the relationship between satire and power available to frame those questions. The show created the critical apparatus that is used to evaluate it. This is a paradox that the show itself would appreciate. Section 29. The Simpsons and labor the politics behind the comedy. One of the more interesting and less discussed dimensions of The Simpsons' political content is its relationship to labor and class. The show is explicitly about a working-class family. Homer is a union worker. His membership in the International Brotherhood of Jazz Dancers, Pastry Chefs, and Nuclear Technicians, or whatever specific union name the show deploys in a given episode, is a recurring feature of episodes that deal with the economics of Homer's employment. The show's treatment of labor and union politics is complicated, which is probably appropriate given that the show itself is a product of labor relations as complicated as any in the entertainment industry. The writers' room staff are WGA members. The voice actors are SAG members. The animation workers are represented by their own union. The production is, from top to bottom, a union shop, and the disputes we have discussed throughout this exploration, the voice actor negotiations, the writers' strike, the various conflicts between talent and management are all expressions of the labor dynamics that govern production. The show makes jokes about Homer's union. It makes jokes about the union's corruption and inefficiency, and the ways in which the union's leadership uses its institutional power for purposes that have nothing to do with workers' welfare. These jokes are part of the show's broader satirical posture toward American institutions, which is that they all fail, that they all become self-serving over time, that the gap between an institution's stated purpose and its actual behavior is a universal condition of human organizational life. But the show also, particularly in its early seasons, made genuine arguments about the importance of worker solidarity and collective action. Episodes involving Homer's union membership that played his ability to organize his coworkers as genuinely powerful, as something that produced real improvements in working conditions, were part of the show's early run in ways that became less prominent as the series continued. The shift mirrors a broader cultural shift. The early 1990s, when the show was establishing its political voice, were a period in which labor politics were more visible in American public discourse than they had been for some time. The 1980s had seen significant attacks on organized labor, and the early 1990s were a period of reassessment and partial recovery for union culture. The show's relatively sympathetic treatment of Homer's union membership in those years reflected this cultural moment. As the show continued into the mid-1990s and beyond, and as the broader cultural treatment of unions shifted, the show's engagement with labor politics became more ambivalent, more willing to satirize the union alongside the management, more comfortable with a both sides treatment that reflected the show's general tendency towards cynicism about all institutions, rather than solidarity with any particular one. Whether this shift represents a political evolution of the show's perspective or simply the natural drift of satire toward the available target in any given moment is a question that serious critics of the show have engaged with at some length without reaching consensus. The argument that is most interesting is the one that connects the show's own labor situation to its political content. The Simpsons is made by union workers who are represented in their employment disputes by collective bargaining agreements. The writers who wrote the episodes about Homer's union are WGA members. The voice actors who delivered Homer's union-related dialogue are SAG members. The entire production is built on the principle that workers' collective organization produces better outcomes than individual negotiation. The show has always existed inside a labor system that its content has treated with varying degrees of seriousness and varying degrees of satirical distance. The tension between the show's critical posture toward institutions and its own institutional structure is real, and it becomes most visible precisely in the episodes where the show is engaging with the politics of worker organization. Springfield has a union. The union is corrupt and self-serving, and occasionally used as a vehicle for Homer's personal disasters. Springfield also has a billionaire employer who controls the town's economic infrastructure and who has spent decades poisoning the water supply. The show has, across its run, been more consistently satirical about the former than about the latter, which is a political choice that reflects something about how American mainstream culture, including American mainstream comedy, has processed questions of class and power. The The best of the show's labor episodes managed to hold both truths simultaneously: the corrupt union and the ruthless management, the workers with legitimate grievances, and the institutions that claim to represent those grievances while actually serving other interests. The worst of them default to treating organized labor as purely a comedic premise while giving corporate power a relatively free pass. The spectrum between these outcomes is visible across the show's history, and where any given episode falls on it tells you something about who was in the writer's room when it was made and what they believed the show was supposed to be doing. Section 30. The Simpsons Movie, 7 years of production and the scandal of the spoilers. It took 18 years for The Simpsons to make a feature film. This fact alone is scandalous in its own mild way, given that the show had been one of the most successful television properties in history for most of that period. With a built-in global audience that should have made a theatrical film an obvious commercial opportunity from approximately 1993 onward. The Simpsons movie was released in July of 2007. It was a genuine commercial success, grossing nearly $530 million worldwide against a budget of approximately $75 million. By the standards of animated feature films, this was a significant result. The development process was, by multiple accounts, among the most difficult and extended in Hollywood animation history. The film went through multiple complete overhauls of its story. Writers who were initially involved in developing the project departed before the film reached its final form. The script went through dozens of drafts. Decisions that seemed settled would be revisited and reversed. The project's internal working title was reportedly used as a kind of dark industry joke among people who knew how long it had been in development. The reason for this extended and troubled development was partly the challenge of making a feature-length version of a show that had built its entire identity around the half-hour format, and partly the specific challenge of doing something in the feature that justified its existence, given that the show itself could tell any story it wanted and had been doing so for 18 years. The question that the film's development team struggled with was essentially this: what can a Simpsons feature film do that 18 seasons of a Simpsons television show could not do? The half-hour format has genuine limitations. Emotional stories are compressed by commercial break requirements. Complex plots have to be simplified to fit the available time. The scale of visual storytelling is constrained by television production budgets. A feature film has none of these limitations. 2 hours, no commercial breaks, theatrical budget, widescreen canvas. The opportunity is real. The challenge is filling that opportunity with content that doesn't simply feel like a very long episode. The film's writers and producers landed on an approach that used the film's scale to do something the show's television format genuinely could not do well, which was to put the entire Simpson family and their relationship with Springfield under sustained pressure to build to a catastrophic rupture and then to follow the emotional consequences of that rupture over the film's full length. The mechanism, Springfield being sealed under a dome by the EPA, the Simpson family fleeing, and then Homer having to choose between his own desire for a fresh start and his family's need for him to fix what he helped break, is not the most inventive premise. But it is a premise that the film's considerable production resources and its 2-hour runtime allow to breathe and develop in ways that a television episode would compress into something much thinner. The film's production was not without controversy. Several writers and producers have discussed the development process in terms that suggest the creative environment was often difficult and the decision-making process chaotic. The film's final script, while functional, bears the marks of its many revisions in ways that a more focused development process might have smoothed. The pre-release controversy around the film involved the internet and spoilers in a way that now seems quaint, but that was genuinely novel in 2007. The Simpsons movie was one of the first major Hollywood releases to contend with the internet's specific capacity for distributing detailed plot information in advance of a film's theatrical release. Detailed descriptions of the film's plot were circulating online weeks before the film opened, and Fox's attempts to contain this information were characteristic of a studio that had not yet fully adapted to the internet's information dynamics. The fan community's relationship with spoilers was itself contested. Some fans wanted to see the film unspoiled. Others actively sought out plot information, as fans have always done with upcoming installments of properties they love. The specific tension between the studio's interest in controlling the film's information release and the internet's fundamental tendency toward information distribution was playing out in real time, and the Simpsons movie was one of the first prominent examples of a major release navigating this tension without particularly good results for the studio. The film opened. The spoilers had already circulated to anyone who wanted them. The film was seen by enormous numbers of people regardless. The controversy around the spoilers became a footnote. More lasting was the controversy around one specific character choice in the film. The film briefly showed a female character, Bart's neighbor, in a full frontal nude scene. The character, an approximately 10-year-old child, was depicted nude in a sequence played for laughs. The sequence was brief. It was clearly intended as innocent comedy in the tradition of children's bathing sequence comedy in family films. It was rated PG-13. Some parents and critics objected to the sequence. The objection was not that the scene was sexual, which it clearly was not, but that the casual depiction of a child's nudity in a PG-13 film was not appropriate regardless of its comedic framing, and that the rating system's willingness to give a PG-13 to content that included this sequence, while being more restrictive about other kinds of content, reflected inconsistencies in how the rating system evaluated different categories of potentially sensitive material. The sequence was not removed from the film. The film played as released. The controversy generated a moderate amount of coverage and then subsided. The Simpsons movie did not produce a sequel. There has been discussion of a sequel across the years since its release, and periodically reports surface suggesting that development is ongoing. Whether a second film will ever actually be made is genuinely unclear. The economics of the first film were positive, but not so extraordinary that a sequel was inevitable. The development challenges of the first film were substantial enough that enthusiasm for repeating the experience may be limited among the people who would have to execute it. The film's place in the show's history is as the one time the show managed to scale to a format larger than its native format and produce something that, while not the equal of the show's best television work, was coherent and satisfying, and demonstrated that the characters could sustain a longer-form treatment without losing what made them recognizable. Whether anyone will attempt to demonstrate this again depends on people and calculations that are not public. Section 31. The characters who were never explained: Springfield's permanent mysteries. There is a category of Simpsons controversy that is smaller and quieter than the institutional scandals, but that matters to the show's most devoted audience in ways that the larger scandals sometimes don't. These are the characters and storylines that were introduced, developed enough to generate genuine audience investment, and then simply abandoned without resolution. The show's floating timeline means that storylines can begin and end without consequence, that character developments can be reversed or forgotten, that relationships can be established and then ignored as subsequent seasons require. This is an accepted feature of the show's format, and in its best uses it allows for creative freedom that a more rigorously continuous narrative would prevent. But it also produces specific instances of what might be called abandonment, characters who were given enough screen time and specific enough personality that the audience cared about what happened to them, and who then disappeared without any acknowledgement that they had existed. The most discussed of these, among the show's longtime fans, is the character of Frank Grimes. Grimes appeared in a single episode in the show's 8th season, Homer's Enemy, which is considered by many to be one of the most sophisticated and unsettling things the show has ever produced. Grimes is a character who exists within Springfield's logic as an outsider, a man who has worked hard for everything he has, and who encounters Homer Simpson, a man who has not worked hard for anything he has, and is driven to a breakdown by the injustice of how Homer's life compares to his own. The episode ends with Grimes's death. He dies in a fit of Homer-induced frustration. The episode is the show's most direct engagement with its own premise, with what it means that Homer survives and thrives through a combination of luck and the protective logic of his universe while a genuinely competent and hardworking person is destroyed. The character of Frank Grimes Jr., his son, appeared in a later episode seeking revenge on Homer for his father's death. The episode was well received, but the larger questions that Grimes Sr. raised about the show's moral architecture were never engaged with again in any sustained way. This is not quite an abandoned storyline in the usual sense. The episode was complete. The character's arc was completed within a single episode. But the thematic thread it introduced, the sustained examination of what it means to be a deserving person in a universe that rewards Homer, was dropped. The show returned to its normal register without incorporating what Homer's enemy seemed to be saying about that register. Whether this represents a failure of nerve or an appropriate recognition that full, sustained engagement with the implications of Homer's enemy would destroy the show's fundamental comedy is debatable. What it represents, in terms of the show's relationship with its own most serious moments, is a pattern. The show reaches a certain depth. It makes a genuine observation about something true and important. And then it retreats to safer ground, uses the cartoon format to create distance from what it has just touched, and moves on. The depths are visited. They are never inhabited. This dynamic is visible in many of the show's most celebrated episodes. The ones that are most often cited as the show's best work are frequently episodes that touch genuine depths, that reach into something real about family relationships or class or mortality or longing, and then pull back to a comedic resolution that leaves the emotion hanging rather than completing it. Homer's enemy does not pull back. It completes its logic to its dark conclusion and lets it stand. Which is probably why it is the most discussed episode in the show's later canonical history, and why it has also generated the most discussion about whether it belongs in the Simpsons universe at all. The question that the episode raises, and that the show has never fully answered, is whether Homer Simpson deserves the life he has. Whether the show's comedy is built on something that, if examined directly enough, becomes disturbing. Whether the love we feel for Homer is sustainable once we understand the full cost of what Homer's luck and Homer's constitution take from people who don't share them. Frank Grimes died so that Homer could go on being Homer. The show has never fully decided whether to be troubled by that or to be fine with it. The controversies around this question are not external. They are inside the show. They are in the gap between the show's sharpest self-awareness and its choice to maintain the conditions that its self-awareness reveals to be unjust. It is the same gap that Springfield lives in, the gap between knowing what is wrong and choosing to continue anyway, the gap that is, in some sense, the whole show. Section 32, The Simpsons and Mental Health, the Comedy of Damage. We have mentioned Homer's IQ of 55, the crayon in his brain, the radiation theory, the coma theory. What we have not spent enough time on is the show's relationship with mental health, and what 3 decades of treating psychological damage as a comedic premise has contributed to the cultural conversation about mental illness. America, The Simpsons has been unusually direct about depicting characters with mental health struggles. Ned Flanders' breakdown and institutionalization, Marge's agoraphobia, and her experience in a mental health treatment facility, Homer's various episodes of depression, rage, and behavioral dysregulation, Lisa's clinical depression, which is one of the more sensitively handled ongoing mental health storylines in American television comedy. The show has generally treated these moments with more care than its treatment of physical comedy or broad satire would suggest. When Lisa's depression is engaged with seriously, it is engaged with seriously. Her specific experience of being a highly intelligent, emotionally sensitive child in an environment that doesn't understand her, the heaviness she carries, the way she uses music and intellectual achievement to manage internal states that she has no other tools for, is a portrayal that resonates with viewers who recognize something of their own experience in it. The controversy around the show's mental health content is not primarily about these more serious moments. It is about the pervasive use of psychological damage as comedic background. Homer's personality, his impulsivity, his inability to maintain attention, his emotional dysregulation, his poor executive function, these are things that, in a real clinical context, would suggest serious neurological or psychological conditions. The show has acknowledged this directly, through the crayon storyline and through various episodes where Homer's cognitive deficiencies are made explicit. But the show uses these characteristics primarily as comedic features, rather than as subjects of serious engagement. Homer's impulsivity is funny. His inability to plan ahead is funny. His emotional volatility is funny. The comedy depends on the audience accepting these characteristics as Homer's personality rather than as symptoms of something that would be treated with genuine concern in a real person. The question that some critics of the show have raised is whether this treatment, the commodification of specific cognitive and psychological impairments, contributes to cultural attitudes about those impairments that make it harder for people experiencing them to seek help or to be taken seriously by others. The counterargument is that Homer's specific characteristics are exaggerated to the point of being clearly fantastical, that the audience understands them as cartoon features rather than realistic depictions of neurological or psychological conditions, and that the protective frame of cartoon logic disconnects Homer's impulsivity from any realistic association with actual ADHD or cognitive impairment or brain injury. The counterargument has merit, but it also has limits. The cartoon protective frame, as we have seen in other contexts, is not absolute. The Apu situation demonstrated that cartoon characters can have real-world effects on how communities are perceived, regardless of the show's satirical intent. The question of whether Homer's cognitive characteristics have contributed to cultural attitudes about intelligence and neurodiversity is a version of the same question the Apu documentary raised about ethnic representation. The show has not engaged with this question directly. It has acknowledged Lisa's depression. It has acknowledged Ned Flanders' psychological history. It has not engaged substantively with what Homer's specific cognitive characteristics represent in the context of the broader cultural conversation about neurodiversity and cognitive difference. This may be because the question, fully engaged with, would undermine the comedic premise that has sustained the show for 36 years. Homer's impairment is the engine of much of the show's comedy. Treating it with the seriousness that a genuine engagement with the question would require would mean either fundamentally changing Homer or acknowledging, explicitly, that the comedy depends on things the show is not comfortable defending. The show has chosen implicitly not to engage with this question at a level that would require that kind of reckoning. It has addressed mental health seriously in specific contexts while maintaining the broader comedic framework that depends on psychological damage being primarily funny. This is a tension that the show carries without resolving. It is one more version of the larger tension between the show's self-awareness and its institutional choices, between knowing what questions to ask and choosing not to fully answer them. Springfield is a town full of people whose psychological conditions go unnamed and unaddressed, where Homer's brain damage is expressed as comedy, and Ned Flanders' behavioral conditioning is expressed as niceness, and Marge's anxiety is expressed as patience, and Lisa's depression is expressed as artistic sensitivity, where the visible symptoms of invisible conditions are the entire character, and the conditions themselves are rarely named. It is, in this sense, a very accurate representation of how American culture has historically treated mental health, as background, as personality, as something that generates behavior without generating treatment or acknowledgement, or the specific kind of seeing that would require the community to respond. Springfield is us. That has always been the show's central claim. And this specific aspect of Springfield, the way it ignores the psychological reality of its own residents, is one of the more uncomfortable ways that claim is accurate. Section 33. The Simpsons and Race, the conversation that never ends. Beyond the Apu situation, beyond the specific controversies we have discussed in detail, there is a broader and more persistent question about race and The Simpsons that touches every dimension of the show's relationship with American culture. Springfield is a predominantly white town. This has been the case throughout the show's run. The secondary and background characters who are explicitly non-white are a relatively small proportion of Springfield's visible population, and their prominence in storylines has historically been significantly less than their demographic proportion would suggest is realistic. This is not a unique observation about The Simpsons. It is a description of American primetime television generally during the show's run. The overrepresentation of white characters in American television and the underrepresentation of non-white characters in stories has been a persistent structural feature of the medium. The Simpsons reflects this reality without being uniquely responsible for it. What makes the racial composition of Springfield worth discussing in the context of the show's controversies is the gap between the show's obvious social awareness and its structural blindness to this particular aspect of its own. Representation. The show has been doing pointed social satire about race since its earliest seasons. Episodes about racial profiling, about the history of segregation, about the specific experience of being a person of color in American institutions are part of the show's catalog. But the show has done most of this satire from the perspective of white characters observing racial dynamics, rather than from the perspective of non-white characters experiencing them. Homer's encounters with race in America are almost always the story, rather than the encounters of Springfield's non-white residents with the same realities. This is a structural limitation that the academic criticism of the show has noted in some detail, and that the more recent representation discourse has made a more prominent part of the public conversation about the show. It is a limitation that the more diverse later season writers' rooms have made some efforts to address, with episodes that give Springfield's non-white characters more central roles and more specific character development. Whether these efforts are sufficient, whether the changes in the writer's room have produced corresponding changes in the stories Springfield tells, is an ongoing question. The answer appears to be somewhat. More than was true in the early seasons, less than a fully equitable representation would require. The conversations about race and the Simpsons that have happened in the post-APU, post-diversity reckoning era are more specific and more analytically informed than the conversations that happened before. They have to reckon with the show's actual history rather than its self-image. And that reckoning is ongoing. Springfield is still predominantly white. The characters who give it most of its texture, and most of its comedy, and most of its emotional weight are still primarily white characters. The non-white characters who are present are still, in many cases, more fully represented in some dimensions of their cultural identity than others. The show is working on this. The work is visible. The completion of the work is somewhere in the future. It is, like most things in Springfield, a story that is still being told. That is where we leave it. 36 seasons of scandal and controversy and institutional complexity and creative achievement, all tangled together the way things always are when something lasts long enough to accumulate a history. The Simpsons is still on television. Homer is still at the plant. The cooling towers are still leaking. The fish still have 3 eyes. And nobody in Springfield is asking the obvious questions, which means the show is still doing exactly what it set out to do. Find a comfortable position. Let the memories of Springfield settle around you. The controversies will still be there tomorrow. The episodes will still be there tomorrow. The questions will still be unanswered. That is, as always, the point. Sleep well. Section 34. The night shifts. What recording The Simpsons is actually like. There is something almost monastic about the way The Simpsons is made. The voice recording sessions happen at roughly the same intervals each year, in the same studio in Los Angeles, with the same 6 core performers filing in and doing something that looks, from the outside, like a table read of a radio play, and that produces, after months of animation and editing and music and post-production, another episode of the longest-running animated series in television history. The public picture of these sessions is warm and collegial. The cast members laugh at each other's performances. They try different readings. They respond to each other even though the character interaction they're performing will be depicted as animation that is being drawn by someone else, in another room or another country, weeks or months later. The performances are given in sequence but experienced in the moment as simultaneous because these actors have inhabited their characters long enough to know exactly what the other characters sound like in any given emotional register. What the public picture does not show is the accumulated weight of being the same person for 36 years. Dan Castellaneta is Homer Simpson. He has been Homer Simpson since before some of his current colleagues were born. The distance between the man who first found Homer's voice in 1987 and the man who walks into the studio today to be Homer again is 37 years of a life lived alongside and inside a performance. The writers who have spoken about the recording sessions most openly describe them as surprisingly efficient. The cast is experienced enough that most scenes are completed in few takes. The technical competence is enormous, but the nature of the character work, the specific demands of voicing a character this embedded in the culture, is something that the efficiency of the sessions can obscure. Homer Simpson has become a cultural archetype. He exists as a concept in the minds of hundreds of millions of people, as a reference point, as a shared language. When Dan Castellaneta walks into the recording booth, he is performing a character who means something to an enormous number of people, something that the individual episode being recorded this week may or may not be worthy of. The weight of the character's accumulated meaning is not something that goes away because the specific script being recorded on a given Tuesday is mediocre. The cast members have been asked about this in various interviews over the years. Their responses are consistently gracious and mostly deflect from the specific question, which is understandable. Speaking about the difficulty of performing a beloved cultural institution is a conversation that can easily slide into either complaint or false modesty, and neither serves the performer or the show. What the recording sessions represent, week after week, year after year, is the specific discipline required to be a consistent professional in a role that has long since ceased to be simply a job. The role is a responsibility. The characters belong to the audience in a way that is real and not metaphorical. Homer Simpson is not Dan Castellanetta's personal creative project. He is a shared cultural property that Castellaneta maintains and delivers and protects through his performances, and the delivery is ongoing, and it has been ongoing for 37 years. The controversies around the voice actor negotiations, the discussions of compensation and exclusivity, are easier to understand in this context. When Shearer objected to the exclusivity provisions, he was not simply describing a contract clause. He was describing the specific way that this role had become the central organizing fact of his professional identity, and the way that identity is managed and owned and constrained. The negotiations were always, at their deepest level, about the terms on which a person gives a portion of their professional self to an institution. The institution has been a fair custodian in some respects and a self-interested one in others. The performers have been committed in some respects and strategic in others. The whole thing has worked, more or less, for 36 years, and the proof of its working is that the sessions continue and the episodes keep coming, and Homer's voice is still Homer's voice. What happens when that changes? When the biological fact of the performer's aging makes the performances noticeably different, is something that the show and its audience will eventually have to navigate. The voices have changed already, subtly, the way all voices change with time. They are recognizable. They are still the characters. But they are not identical to what they were in 1989 or 1997 or 2007. At some point, the change will be less subtle. At some point, the production decision that cannot be indefinitely deferred, whether to continue with changed voices, recast, or end, will have to be made. The institutional weight of the show, the economic infrastructure of its continuation, pushes in one direction. The creative integrity of the performances and the characters may eventually push in another. The show's producers have not publicly addressed what happens at that point. The performers have not publicly addressed what happens at that point. The conversation is happening somewhere, in some form, because it has to be. The logistics of the show's continuation across the next decade require it. The recording sessions continue. The voices do their work. Springfield persists. Section 35. The thing nobody says: the show as a mirror for the people who make it. There is one more thing worth saying about all of this. About 36 years of scandals and controversies and negotiations and lawsuits and banned episodes and creative disputes and institutional reckoning. One more observation that the long view of the show's history makes available. The Simpsons is a show about a specific kind of American dysfunction, about the gap between the life people are supposed to be living and the life they are actually living, about the way institutions fail the people they are supposed to serve, about the way power protects itself at the expense of the people subject to it, about the way communities choose comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths because the truth would require something they are not prepared to give. The show makes all of these observations from the perspective of a large, wealthy, powerful entertainment institution. And the show's own institutional history, the one we have been tracing tonight, is a record of the same dynamics the show has been satirizing. The voice actors who negotiated collectively for compensation that reflected what they were worth were doing the same thing that Homer's union does when it organizes effectively. The individual performers who were treated as replaceable when their contract demands became inconvenient were experiencing the same dynamic that Marge's co-workers experience when Mr. Burns decides that labor costs are too high. The writers who left the show feeling their contributions were inadequately acknowledged were experiencing the same thing that happens in every Springfield institution when the people at the top decide that the people contributing the actual work are less important than the institutional machinery. Those contributions sustain. The show has been telling this story for 36 years. It has also been living it. This is not a criticism. Or rather, it is a criticism that applies to every institution that has ever tried to say something true about the world while simultaneously existing within the world's existing power structures. The Simpsons is not more hypocritical than any other institution that aspires to progressive values. It is simply more visible and more analyzed and more available to this kind of examination. What the show's institutional history adds to the reading of its content is a specific kind of depth. When the show makes jokes about corporate power and institutional corruption and the way money insulates the powerful from the consequences of their decisions, those jokes are being made by and within a corporate institution that has its own relationships with power and money and the insulation they provide. The self-awareness this creates is not the show being dishonest. It is the show being honest about the specific position from which it is making its observations. Nobody is outside the system. The people criticizing the system are inside it, using its resources, subject to its pressures, making compromises that the position requires. The best of the show's satire has always understood this. The best of the show's episodes are not made from a position of moral clarity about the world. They are made from a position of entanglement with the world, of being inside the contradictions rather than outside them. Homer Simpson is inside the contradictions. He works for the man who destroyed his family. He knows something is wrong, and he can't figure out what to do about it. He chooses comfort over confrontation and pays a price he barely understands he's paying. The Simpsons, as an institution, is Homer Simpson. It knows something is wrong. It makes observations about what is wrong. And it continues, because continuation is what it does, because the machinery of its continuation is too large and too entrenched to stop for the mere fact of the contradictions. The coma theory says Homer is dreaming and everything is a dream, and the only reason the show goes on is that Homer won't let go of the family he can't reach. The radiation theory says the town is poisoned and everyone is too damaged to figure out what's happening to them. The principal and the pauper theory says the town votes to maintain the lie because the truth would cost too much. All three of these theories are also theories about the show itself. The show is a dream that its makers can't let go of. The show is a poisoned environment that the people inside it can't fully see from within. The show votes, every season, to maintain itself, because stopping would require admitting what it would cost. Springfield and The Simpsons are the same thing. The scandals and the comedy and the institutional machinery and the floating timeline and the characters who never age and the family on the couch and the credits rolling and next Sunday night, same as this Sunday night, same as it's always been. The end that never comes. The dream that doesn't stop. The loop that we built and maintain and tune in every week to make sure is still running. That is the show. That is the scandals. That is what 36 years looks like from the inside. Get some rest. The loop will still be there when you wake up. If you've made it this far, or if you're just waking up to the sound of this, thank you for being here. Drop a comment with the time and where you're watching from. Tell us what you were thinking about when you fell asleep. Tell us what Springfield means to you. Subscribe if you want more of this. There's a lot more Springfield left to go through, and we'll be here for all of it. Good night. Appendix. The episodes that defined the scandals, a guide for the curious. If you've been listening to this and you want to go back and watch the episodes we've been discussing, here is where each of the stories in tonight's journey lives in the show's catalog. The very beginning of the Fox network relationship plays out in the first 2 seasons broadly, but the specific texture of those early battles is visible in Season 1, Episode 1, Simpsons roasting on an open fire, which still shows the slightly rough-edged quality of a show figuring out what it is under enormous production pressure. You can feel the chaos and the urgency in that episode in ways that the smoother later seasons don't have. The voice actor story is not visible in any specific episode, but its effects are felt in the tone and quality of the performances across every season. The Season 4 to Season 5 transition, which covers the same general period as the original contract structure, is a good place to hear the voices at their most settled and confident. The Maud Flanders death is Season 11, Episode 14. Alone Again, Natura Diddly, the t-shirt canon is there, the grief is real. The subtext of the contractual dispute hovers behind every frame. The Michael Jackson episode, officially titled Stark Raving Dad, is Season 3, Episode 1. It is no longer officially available through standard streaming channels, but it exists in archives and personal collections and the memories of everyone who watched it in the 30 years it was available. The birthday song toward the end is the part worth remembering. The Homer versus Lisa and the Eighth Commandment episode that generated a copyright claim is Season 2, Episode 13. It is a good early episode regardless of the legal history. The Who Shot Mr. Burns two-parter is the Season 6 finale, Episode 25, and the Season 7 premiere, Episode 1. If you haven't watched them recently, watch them again. The first part in particular builds tension in ways that animated television had never done before, and that very few shows have matched since. Homer the Heretic, the episode where Homer decides to worship God at home instead of attending church, and in which God himself appears and has a conversation with Homer, is Season 4, Episode 3. It is one of the most thoughtful explorations of personal faith and religious institution in American television, animated or otherwise. Mother Simpson, the episode where Homer's mother Mona is revealed to be alive and her story is told, is Season 7, Episode 8. It is genuinely moving in ways that are hard to prepare for if you haven't seen it recently. The ending, where Homer sits alone on his car in the driveway watching the stars after his mother has to flee again, is one of the single best moments in the show's 36-year history. Homer's enemy, the Frank Grimes episode, is Season 8, Episode 23. If you want to understand the full depth of the show's self-awareness and the reasons it sometimes retreats from that depth, this is the episode that shows you both sides. The Principal and the Pauper, the Armin Tamzarian episode that critics hated and that we have argued is actually the show's most honest moment, is Season 9, Episode 2. Watch it with the interpretation we offered and see if it changes your experience of it. The Springfield Files, the X-Files crossover episode that contains the most concentrated evidence of the radiation theory and that depicted Mr. Burns' weekly treatment and his luminous post-treatment wandering, is Season 8, Episode 10. Stark Raving Dad, which we discussed in the context of the Michael Jackson situation, contains the Crayon in-brain backstory as a brief reference to Homer's brain damage. The full Crayon storyline is in Season 12, Episode 9, HOMR, where Homer has the crayon removed and his intelligence temporarily restored. This is the episode where you can see the most complete picture of the gap between who Homer is and who he could have been. Lisa's Wedding, the future episode where we see Lisa as a 2-3-year-old engaged woman, is Season 6, Episode 19. It remains one of the show's most effective pieces of emotional storytelling, and one of the clearest demonstrations that the show knows exactly how to imagine its characters aging and simply chooses not to let that imagination become the show's permanent reality. The Banksy couch gag is in Season 22, Episode 1, Elementary School Musical. Watch the opening credits of that episode and then think about everything we discussed about the couch gag controversies and the production conditions of global entertainment. Alone Again, Natura Diddly, the Maud death episode, is in Season 11 as noted. The episodes that follow it as Ned navigates widowhood are uneven but occasionally moving. The Simpsons movie from 2007 is its own object, available through standard channels and worth seeing with a specific eye on how the feature format changes the emotional pacing of material you know from the half-hour format. No Good Read Goes Unpunished. The episode that generated the most criticism as a response to the APU documentary is Season 29, Episode 15. Watch it with Kondabalu's documentary in mind and form your own view of whether the show responded to the criticism adequately or not. And Homer Cubed, the three-dimensional computer-generated segment from Treehouse of Horror 6, is Season 7, Episode 6. It is a remarkable piece of early CGI animation, and one of the most formally adventurous things the show has ever attempted within the Halloween episode format. All of these episodes are available through various legitimate channels. Some of them are easier to find than others. All of them reward the specific kind of attention that the controversies around them deserve. The show has been telling stories for 36 years. The scandals are part of the stories. The stories are part of the scandals. You cannot fully understand one without the other. The last word, what Springfield teaches us about lasting. We have been here for a long time tonight. And the thing that I keep coming back to, having spent all of this time inside the show's institutional history alongside its creative history, is how much the scandals and controversies and disputes we've traced are themselves a kind of extended Simpsons episode. There is a pattern to every Simpsons plot. A problem arises. The problem escalates. Someone tries to fix it in a way that makes it worse. The situation reaches a crisis point. something unexpected happens. A resolution is reached that is not quite a resolution, that leaves the fundamental situation unchanged, that resets the characters more or less to where they started with maybe a slightly different arrangement of the furniture. And that is essentially the arc of every major controversy in the show's history. The voice actors demand better compensation. The situation escalates. A deal is reached. The fundamental dynamic between talent and institution is unchanged. The show continues. The Apu situation arises. It escalates. Azaria leaves the role. Apu becomes less prominent. The fundamental question of representation in the writer's room is partially addressed. The show continues. Sam Simon builds something extraordinary and leaves under painful circumstances. The show continues without him, sometimes reaching the heights he helped establish and sometimes falling short of them. The fundamental institution carries forward. The show continues. Michael Jackson secretly contributes to an episode that becomes beloved. Time passes. Information emerges. The episode is removed. The show continues. The pattern is not cynical. It is just honest about what institutions do. Institutions absorb controversy and change partially in response to it and continue. The continuation is not failure. The change, partial as it is not nothing. The combination of continuation and partial change is how large institutions navigate the demands of the culture they exist within. Springfield operates exactly this way. Every catastrophe is absorbed. Every reset returns the town more or less to normal. Every vote to maintain the comfortable lie succeeds. And yet Springfield is also different than it was, in ways that accumulate slowly and are only visible over the long view. The show in 2024 is different from the show in 1990. The difference is visible. Some of it is decline. Some of it is genuine evolution. The writer's room is more diverse. The specific blind spots of 1990 are not exactly replicated in 2024. New blind spots have replaced them, as they always do. This is how culture works, slowly, imperfectly, under pressure from the people who are harmed by the existing arrangements and the people who benefit from them, with the former gradually extracting concessions from the latter, while both of them keep living in the same town, using the same infrastructure, watching the same show on Sunday nights. The Simpsons, as both a product and an institution, is one of the longer, continuous data sets we have for watching this process happen. 36 years of a cultural institution navigating the demands of the culture it is part of, making changes under pressure, resisting changes under different pressure, occasionally doing something that justifies all of it, and occasionally doing something that makes you wonder why they're still trying. The scandals we've spent this time on are the moments when the pressure was most visible. The great episodes are the moments when something genuine broke through anyway. Both are part of what the show is. Both are part of what we are, watching it. Springfield exists because we keep it in existence by watching. The scandals exist because the show is real enough to matter. The controversies are evidence of investment. You don't fight about things that don't matter. 36 years, 788 episodes. One impossible town on no map that somehow stands for every town. One impossible family that somehow stands for every family. One impossible show that has survived everything that should have stopped it and is still, somehow, going. Take that for what it's worth. Take it as comedy or tragedy or both simultaneously, which is what the best of it has always been, and rest now. Springfield will still be there. It always is. Good night.